My hair is fucking crazy. Hi, everybody! Are we excited? We're gonna crown a new girly tomorrow. So here's the plan. We're gonna do the first side of the bracket today. We're gonna do the whole side of the bracket. So, this whole thing, we're gonna go all the way through. We're gonna get through. We've got slideshows, a slideshow with slides for every girly going down the list. And then once we get through the first round, where we go through all the slides, then we're gonna have, as we go, like, for the first round, we'll vote as we go. Then we'll do these rounds after that, like, whoever wins the first round, we'll keep matching the girls up until we get to our finalist, or would that be a finalist or a semi-finalist? Is the finalist the winner, or is that... Whichever one. We'll get right here, and then we'll leave the whole second half of the bracket, this side, for tomorrow. So we're gonna have our, like, finalist for the left side tonight. So we do have a lot to get through. I'm very excited. I do have some other, just like a little update with, because I think I talked about this on, like, a members stream before, but I haven't talked about it publicly, I don't think. As a lot of you may know, I have, for like, over a year now, since, like, mid-2024, since I was working on the Desperate Housewives video, I've been working on a very, very long video about Ed Gein, the serial killer. When I started working on it, no one was really talking about Ed Gein. I mean, he is, like, a very famous serial killer, so there's always, like, some media out there about him, but it wasn't, like, a thing that people were really actively discussing. And then a few months into that, Ryan Murphy announced that he was gonna make Ed the the center of his new season of Monster. So I had been panicked for like most of the year trying to get my video out, because it's like my video it's sort of about Ed Gein, but it's mostly about like the narrativization of Ed Gein and the ways that people have talked about him and all the stuff that people have gotten wrong about him and what that means in like a socio-political sense, blah, 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 blah. It's also about like true crime in general. So it sort of mattered to me that the discussions around Ed Gein were somewhat stagnant, you know? That people weren't really actively contributing to the narrative, because I'm making a video that's sort of looking retroactively at how people have contributed to the narrative. So Ryan Murphy releasing his new narrativization was kind of fucking with my shit already, so I was trying to get it done prior to that show coming out. Obviously did not get there because the video is very long and it just kind of kept getting longer. So prior to the Ryan Murphy show coming out, my plan had been like a 13-ish hour video that was split up into like 4 to 5 parts, like 4 parts and then a prologue, so 5 parts. Now it's maybe looking like 5 parts in a prologue, maybe 6 parts in a prologue, I'm not quite sure, but the Ryan Murphy show came out. I had really just wanted to like ignore it. I did a separate series on my second channel just talking about the show and was sort of hoping that I could just keep all my commentary about the show contained to that. The problem was that since the show came out, it just sort of revitalized interest in the Ed Gein case. So there have been a lot of changes since I started making the video. I recorded the prologue and part 1. I had put those up for members with the intention of like, I'm gonna put these up for members, and then once we get the final part, then I'll put the whole thing up for everybody, for the public. Then the show happened, it revitalized a lot of interest. Now there's a lot of moving parts. There are things that I have to now pay attention to because there's like part of my video was about one of the guy who like stole Ed Gein's headstone, and now that guy has published a book about it since the show came out. So now I have to read that book. And then he published a bunch of audio recordings of him talking to people from Plainfield, and so now I have to listen to all the audio recordings, and I need to incorporate that into the video. And there's other people coming out with like other true crime documentaries and podcasts and stuff, and people are narrativizing Ed Gein again. So it's like I literally can't finish my video until the interest kind of dies down a little bit, which is a huge pain in the ass, especially because I uploaded part 1 for members right before the Ed Gein show started, or like that weekend. I uploaded that. I already think I'm gonna have to re-record it because it has so much to do with, if you watched it, the entry point, I talk about like the Wikipedia page. That's kind of how we start the journey, is like, here's Ed's Wikipedia page, here's a bunch of shit that's wrong with it. And now, because there's such a revitalized interest, I have to imagine that the Wikipedia page has gone through some changes, and I'm afraid to look at it currently. I don't know what all is different about it, so I'm probably gonna have to re-record part 1. I'm for sure gonna have to re-record parts of part 1 because there's things where I'm like, oh, about a year ago I made a video about Desperate Housewives, and now it's like, well, by the time I finish this, it's gonna be way more than about a year ago. So I'm gonna have to re-record part 1. The prologue, thankfully, kind of stands on its own. It is sort of its own, like, separate work that is related, and it is important to the final product, but it is kind of a standalone thing in a sense, because it is just kind of like the Ed Gein story before I start actually talking about, like, podcasts and books and whatever. So that part will probably just stay the same. I am going to re-record it, because this was always, both parts that I uploaded for members were always just more of like a draft, like they were always subject to change. So I've been very sad about it because I don't get to finish my project the way that I wanted to. But I also am like freed by it in a sense, because now I'm like, well, okay, I'm gonna have to put the whole thing on pause for a bit. I'm gonna have to, like, let the dust settle. So I've already decided that I'm not really gonna, like, super actively work on the Ed Gein video until at least, like, June or July of this coming year, which means that the whole thing probably won't be finished until at least 2027, which fucking sucks. But I am free to, like, work on other shit now, which is kind of nice. I don't know what the next video I'm gonna make is gonna be about, but, hopefully it won't take over my life the way that the Ed Gein video did. But so, because I was going to take a break from it, and because I know that I'm not going to have the video up by the end of 2026, I was like, let me just make the prologue public instead of keeping it as a members thing. So that I feel like I've at least put something up on my channel this year that's, like, accessible for other people to watch. So I put it up. I almost immediately regretted it, to be honest with you. And I don't want to, like, be a dick about it, because I think that partially I maybe didn't explain things well. Maybe I didn't communicate this, but, like, the prologue is very different from the rest of the video. The prologue is its own, like, separate thing, and it is sort of like a parody of a true crime documentary in some ways. There's a lot of, like, little things in it that is me kind of making a commentary on true crime itself. Like, there's a part midway through where I start going through, like, a slideshow of Marquette University, which is, like, this small Catholic school in Wisconsin that, like, doesn't really even matter to the story that much, but that's sort of like a commentary on how in the mid-20th century places and geography became a really big part of true crime because of the advent of the highway system, essentially. And that's sort of a part of the video later on, so that some of it will kind of make more sense as the rest of the video is finished. But the prologue is meant to kind of be like a parody. In a sense, it's meant to be sort of satirical. It's meant to be in a different style than the rest of the video and than anything else that I've made. So, like, there were a lot of comments being like, I don't like the vocal effects. I don't like the way that you're talking. I don't like this isn't in your normal cadence. And I'm like, well, okay, I can't talk in my normal cadence and do this format of video. Like, and I feel like people maybe don't understand that like, it's a true crime, it's like a satire, so me just talking like normal, it doesn't work for the format at all. So when you're telling me that you don't like the way that I'm talking, you're just telling me that you don't like the format of the video, which is more than like a small little nitpick. And it's okay, but here, the part that I find a little annoying about it is, like, if you watch it, I do open it up with this warning, because the whole thing is also, there's some, like, there's violent imagery in it, there's a lot of, like, visual effects, there is a vocal effect on it, and to be clear, again, this is, like, a draft, so I am talking very slowly in it, and that part I agree that part's annoying. The finished version, because I did have to talk slower than I normally talk anyway, because I'm a kind of a fast talker sometimes, so I had to slow it down to make it work for the format, but I do think it is a little bit too slow. The final version will probably be about, like, 25% faster, so if you want to watch it and kind of get the vibe of what the final version will be like, you could do, like, 1.25 speed, maybe 1.5, I don't know. But, like, I do agree that it is a little too slow. But I did say in here, a more considerate version will be uploaded at a later date. So, like, I always knew that this version wasn't gonna vibe with everybody. I knew that, like, not everyone was gonna totally be down with this. Not even just for the vocal effects, but, like, just the format of it in general. It is kind of... Personally, can I say one thing, too? Part of the reason that I wanted to make, like, another version is because of the somewhat violent imagery and there's, like, Nazi imagery in here. And I got plenty of comments being like, I don't like the way that your voice sounds in this video. I didn't get any comments saying I didn't like the swastikas. So that's interesting. But I always knew that there was going to be another version of the prologue for people that didn't vibe with this version, which is why I said a more considerate version will be uploaded at a later date. So it is a little annoying. I get that maybe I didn't communicate it well enough, but like when I've already indicated that this will not be the only version of this video, for people to then be like, I like this, but I don't like these specific things about it. It's like, well, okay, then maybe wait for the alternative version. Because this version wasn't really meant to be for everyone. But I understand that I did not maybe communicate that clearly enough, especially publicly. Like a lot of the times that I was talking about the video, I was talking about it in member streams. So I apologize for that part. But also, the captions are completely correct. I made sure that everything was right. So if you don't even want to watch the video at all, you just want to get the information, you can pull up the transcript and just read it. You don't even need to watch the video. You can just read it. Or you can wait till the other version comes out, which unfortunately won't be until about 2027 at this point because of Ryan Murphy. So you can thank him for that. But anyway, I just wanted to clarify that like, you don't have to like this version. This isn't like representative of the entire video. And it also isn't even the only version of this that will exist. So there you go. But I just think it's a little funny too of like I just wish it was in your normal cadence. It's like, well, then it would have to be a completely different video because this is not the style of my normal videos. This is not how I talk. Like, this is not... I did try because my voice is very low in it and it's a lot of vocal fry. And I admit to that as well. Like, I need to like practice how I say this. Again, this is like a draft. So it'll be a little bit faster when I get the final version up. And it also hopefully will just like, I'll be better at doing the voice by that point. But like, I did try to do it in my normal speaking voice, just doing a different cadence, but doing it like a little bit higher. But the problem is like my normal speaking voice is really high and it doesn't sound right over this like droning, slow, dark, deep, true crime music. I tried, it sounded fully off key, the whole thing. It sounded really, really bad. So you might think that you would have preferred the video with me talking in a more normal tone of voice. You're wrong. You're wrong. I heard both versions. The version of me talking in my normal speaking voice is way worse. It's so, I couldn't even like edit it. I had to just like re-record it just to even edit it. I couldn't even just put it in as like a placeholder. It was distractingly awful. So no, you don't want this in my normal speaking voice, I promise. But anyway, just wanted to clear all that up. Anyway, let's get to our girlies. So we're gonna just stick to a slideshow today. We're not gonna do any sort of like external media or anything because I thought that was the most fair thing, you know, like there are times where I'm like, oh, if you don't know what I'm talking about, let me show you this video of this thing. But I'm like, okay, at this point, if we've gotten this far into the year and you don't get certain references and you don't know certain things that I'm putting in the slideshow, you haven't seen it, then it probably wasn't that important, you know? Like, it probably didn't make that much of an impact culturally because you haven't seen it. So we're just going to stick to the slideshow, and then we're going to vote. I do have some dishonorary mentions. We've got both. And because we're doing this in 2 nights, we're doing night 1 and then night 2, I have them split up, so there'll be some more flops tomorrow. There'll be some more honorary pop girlies tomorrow as well. We're going to start with the dishonorable flops of 2025. These are people that are not pop girlies, but they also they flopped in a way that was kind of entertaining, that was, you know, noteworthy, that was discourse worthy. And so they're getting a dishonorable mention. And then at the end of the stream, there'll be our honorary pop girlies. Now for both of these, some of these are gonna be repeats for for people that we've mentioned throughout the year, throughout the Pop Girly news streams. Some of them are new. Pretty much everyone was in the running for the dishonorary flops and the honorary Pop Girlies of 2025. Everyone, you didn't have to be mentioned during any of the streams previously, but you could have been. That didn't disqualify you. Everyone is in the running, as long as you're not already like a Pop Girly. So I did disqualify Nicki Minaj, even though I put her in some dishonorary flops throughout the year because she didn't release any music. But since she won the flop bracket, it's like we get the picture. We didn't need to put her in here too. And I've disqualified people who are like really serious. Like there's no like Kevin Spacey, no Diddy or anything, because that's a little too serious. And if we started talking about like prolific sexual predators, then it's like there's too many at this point. They would overrun the slides. But so our dishonorary flops, we have Sophia, what was her name? It was like, oh, I don't even remember. It was Carla. Oh, I should have written it down. Fuck. The lady from Amelia Perez. The woman who played Amelia Perez. First of all, that movie was garbage. I kind of forgot about it until I was doing Selena Gomez's slides. And then I remembered that, like, at the beginning of the year, she was promoting Amelia Perez still because it was, like, you know, award season. I forgot about that movie and I was like, wow, what a terrible, terrible movie. Yes, Sophia Carla Gascon. Terrible movie. And then, if you remember, at the beginning of the year, a whole bunch of tweets started like resurfacing from like not even that long ago, just from like a couple years ago, of her being outrageously racist, Islamophobic, just generally unpleasant. And I like, when it first started to come out, because there had been this campaign against her and her Oscar nomination, because she was nominated for best leading actress or whatever at the Oscars. There was first a controversy with, she had said something somewhat not nice about one of the other nominees or something. She had kind of like trash talked another nominee in an interview or something. It was something that like, it wasn't super serious, but people were making a really big deal out of it because I guess there's some rule at the Oscars that if you like talk about another nominee or something that you can get disqualified. I'm not sure, but people were just trying to get her disqualified because I think that they just hated Amelia Perez the movie so much. And I was like, okay, I definitely don't like Amelia Perez the movie, but I don't think that we should be campaigning to get a trans woman disqualified from the Oscar run because like she was in the movie, and if she did a good performance, she did a good performance. I don't think that we should punish the trans woman for the movie that sucked, especially when like Zoe Saldana was also getting nominated for shit too, and people were trying to get her disqualified. But then people were trying to get her disqualified for that. They were also trying to get her disqualified for, I guess it had been mentioned at one point that they had used auto-tune, or not auto-tune, AI for some of the vocals for when she was singing because she couldn't quite hit some of the high notes. And people were trying to get her disqualified for that, which I was like, I also don't think that's fair because I understand why people freaked out about like the allegation that there was AI usage in the movie. But it also, like, AI is such a broad term, and it's mostly, like, a marketing term at this point, so to say it was AI, it's like it also, people could have used autotune, and people have used filters and stuff like that in movies and in vocal performances all the time. I just don't think that that should disqualify her, though I do think it's a little bit weird of, like, if she can't hit the notes, just rearrange the song. I don't really get why you would immediately go to using AI when you could have just like written the song differently so that it was more workable for her vocal range, but whatever. People were just, they kept trying to get her disqualified for the Oscars. And so when the tweet started to come out, I was like, oh, is this the same shit? Are people really just trying to they don't want her to win an Oscar that badly? Just because the movie was bad? Or, like, it felt like there was sort of an allegiance between, like, transphobes and people who just didn't like Amelia Perez for legitimate reasons, and it made me very uncomfortable. So when the tweets first started coming out, I was like, oh, come on, you guys. We're gonna cancel her over some old tweets. And then I read the tweets. They were bad. And at first, because they were in Spanish, because she's, I think she's from Spain, so they were all in Spanish. And so at first I was like, is this just... Are these just like bad translations? Because I don't speak Spanish. Maybe these are all just getting translated really, really badly. But they weren't. Especially because they kept coming. Just over and over. So many that, like, I have one thing that she said in here about Selena, which was very funny. But, I mean, it was rude, but it's funny that it was found. But so it was like, okay, this really says a lot about the production of the movie in general, because one of the big criticisms of Amelia Perez is that it was like, it's this movie written partially in Spanish, mostly in Spanish, by non-Spanish speakers, and about, like, Mexico by these, like, French people who have never lived in Mexico. It was always just very, appropriative and inappropriate, too. Just bad. And I was like, okay, well, that makes sense, sort of, with what I know about the filmmakers, and also, but I still can't believe that Netflix didn't look into it. I was like, when you were hiring this woman for this role, no one looked at her tweets? And of course, no one working on the movie spoke Spanish, so they wouldn't have known what her tweets said, but, like, no one at Netflix? No one just ran it through a translator, at least? Just kind of crazy. But, yeah, I don't foresee her career going much further after this year, because that was really, really wild. And then I also put in here the songwriters for Amelia Perez. I don't even know their names, but they won the Oscar for, like, Best Original Song for one of the dumbest songs in the movie. They won the Oscar, and then she started, like, singing during the acceptance speech in a way that was so uncomfortable, and I'm sorry about this. I'm sorry to be this, like, prejudice right off the bat, but, like, it was so French in a way that was just so annoying. You know, it just sort of exuded a very obnoxious French energy. I mean, look at her. She looks French. They both look French. It was so uncomfortable. It was so cringe, and that song sucks. So I'm not going to say I hope they never work again, but I also never would like to see them at an award show ever again. It was really uncomfortable. Also, CGI Stitch. Didn't like that. Didn't like that one little bit. And also, again, the movie was terrible. The movie I have a lot of objections toward. But also, just from the trailers, just from the first little peeks of the movie, I was like, fuck CGI Stitch. I want puppet Stitch or nothing. Tom Yorke. He is a musician. He's not a pop girly, but he is a musician. So he is standing out in the crowd here. But he had... For a while, he had been really silent about Israel and Palestine, which people thought was odd given his commentary on socio-political issues previously. And then he made a statement this year that was not good. It wasn't, like, even the worst. It was sort of more of like it was like a both sides are bad kind of thing, which I think that someone else maybe could have gotten away with. But not Tom Yorke, not with the expectations people had for him. For some fucking reason, people really take him seriously as a political thinker or something. I don't like his opinions on Israel-Palestine. I wish he didn't have those opinions at all. I think it would be better if everyone was just, like, unambiguously pro-Palestine. However, I did get a kick out of this controversy happening because I've just never liked Radiohead. I've just never gotten into it. It's one of those things where it's like, it's a very boy thing to like, and so it gets taken seriously a lot in, like, indie music circles, especially. Like, I'm sure people who write for Pitchfork love Radiohead, which is fine, but I tried at one point. I was like, okay, Radiohead's one of those bands that, like, you're supposed to really like. You're supposed to think is, like, really good. And every time I listened to a Radiohead song, I was like, no, thank you, actually. And I'm sure, because I've heard that they have a fairly diverse output, I'm sure there are Radiohead songs that I fuck with. But I just never needed to go on that journey. I never felt compelled to go on that journey. So it did tickle me a little bit to see people being like, fuck Thom Yorke and fuck Radiohead. Because I was like, yeah, let's stop talking about them. Let's stop hyping them up like they're the best band ever made. Because I don't think they ever were. And I think the people who really, really like Radiohead are just kind of annoying. Obviously, Sydney Sweeney. I mean, there's a lot I could say about it. And there was a minute at the beginning of the year where I was like, you know what? We need to leave Sydney Sweeney alone. She really didn't do anything wrong. She just, like, what, men like her because she's, like, big, she's got big boobs. That's not a crime. It's not a crime to be liked because of your tits. It did always kind of feel to me like she was more of, like, a man celebrity than a woman celebrity, if that makes sense. Like, whenever I heard people being like, oh, I really like Sydney Sweeney, it was always a dude. Which is maybe a little bit of a red flag for a female celebrity. It's not the word. It's just a little. It's a little like Olivia Wilde, or not Wilde, Olivia Munn coded, right? Olivia Munn, whichever one is married to John Mulaney, who was on that TV show, Channel 4 thing. It was just a little that coded of, like, she's the guy's female celebrity. But Olivia definitely leaned into it way more than Sydney did. But then there was the bathwater thing, which I was like, well, that's kind of her leaning into it, but it also is, like, funny and kind of camp. So I'm, like, cool with it. But then the jeans ad happened. And it wasn't even the jeans ad to me that sent it over the edge. It was the lack of response to the jeans ad. Because I could kind of understand why she wouldn't even make the connection of, like, she just thought that she was making a pun or whatever, and she didn't think about it as, like, a eugenics thing. She didn't think about it being in relation to race. But it was like, once other people started making that connection, and once Donald Trump started talking about how much he likes you, then it's like, well, that was your cue to do something about it, and to stop, like, trying to be cute about it and be like, I just love jeans. You had the opportunity to stop being cute and to actually be serious and say, like, hey, I don't like white supremacy, and I don't like those values being ascribed to me, and I regret doing this ad for that reason. She never did that. She, at one point, after, like, getting a lot of backlash, she made some sort of statement about, like, I realize now that by not speaking about it, I was contributing to a divide in the country or whatever. And it's like, okay, well, you're still not speaking about it, though. You're just acknowledging that not speaking about it was a bad idea, but you're still not actually addressing it and talking about the specific issues that were coming up. So that's weird as hell. And then she said something recently in some interview where she's like, I can't even go on TikTok because it's all just, like, hate about me. And I'm like, I do feel bad. Kind of. I mean, I whenever a woman fucks up like this, they sort of become a punching bag in a way that is maybe disproportionate to the amount of harm that they've contributed. So, like, is Sydney Sweeney the number one enemy For progressives, no, she's not doing that much, but also, like, you could have just said sorry at any point, so it's kind of hard to feel bad for you for a situation that you fully created for yourself. And here's the thing, too, it's like, I hate to say it, but it would be easier to overlook if she was just more talented, you know? I even think that that's a big problem with the original ad and why it, like, stood out to people so much, because Demi Moore did an ad like that when she was, like, 14, and obviously, like, we can't hold Demi responsible for that. I mean, maybe partially, but for the most part, it's like, well, she was a teenager, she didn't know any better. And it was also, like, the 80s or whatever. But, like, that ad, the one that Demi did, was way more eugenics-y. Like, it specifically gets into, like, survival of the fittest rhetoric. It's way more eugenics-y, but people don't generally talk about that. Even when they talk about that ad, they just talk about how... Oh, you're right. Brooke Shields. You're correct. Yeah, my bad. Brooke Shields. People just talk about how, like, terrible it was that Brooke was, like, 14 at that time. And that's true. It is terrible, but, like, people generally don't talk about how eugenics-y and gross it was, and I think part of that has to do with the fact that Brooke Shields is just a better spokesperson. Like, she has more of, like, a charming stage presence that makes the whole thing kind of go down easier a little bit. Like, with Sydney, her whiteness kind of just comes out so much, given the fact that she's not very good in the ad. Like, the way that she's talking, she's got this kind of, like, marble mouth thing, she's mumbling, she looks kind of, like, dead in the eyes. It is so unengaging, which just makes it so clear that it's, like, she just got that ad because she's, like, an attractive white woman. That's it. It makes the racial element of it so much more prominent because she's so not good at her job in that instance. She is sometimes good in some of the stuff she's in. I did hear that movie she was in about the woman, the Christy Martin. I heard that the movie was actually pretty good and that she's kind of good in it. And I've also heard that she was good in The Handmaid's Tale. I didn't watch it. And I've seen her in Euphoria. She's good in Euphoria. So, like, I don't think she's fully untalented, but I don't think that she has the range that she would need for the roles that she gets. Especially that Anyone But You movie. Terrible. She's a terrible actress in it. Just not good. But she keeps getting cast and shit. It makes the unfairness so much more apparent of, like, you got here because you're pretty and white. There's no other way to say it, and I can't fucking believe she's playing Barbarella. Oh, I really hope that's canceled. I hope that everything that she did this year and the way that she kind of ruined her own film career, I hope that really just puts an end to that Barbarella film. I don't want her in it, and I don't want Edgar Wright directing it. But I don't know, 'cause she was, like, an executive producer on it, so it might go forward anyway. Who's to say? And then JD Vance, I did want to, like, stay away from super political figures. Like, I didn't want to put Trump in it or anything, because it's like, how do you even talk about the legacy of Donald Trump and the flopness of him, especially when he's the fucking president? But it's like, JD Vance he's such a fucking joke. And the fact that this year people were getting, like, detained for having this meme in their phone. What a pathetic little man. What a dumb, pathetic little man. Also, planes, just in general, not a good year for planes. A lot of them just kind of, falling out of the sky and such. Oh, and that's it. So those are all of our dishonorary flops for today. We'll have more tomorrow, and then we'll have our honorary pop girlies at the end of the stream. But let's get into our actual girls so we can start these votes. So, first, Shit. First, we have Miss Doja Cat. She released, I actually still don't know how to say the name of the album. Is it Vi or is it V? And also, what does it mean? I was never fully clear on it, but I'm still on board. Whatever she says it is, I love it. It got to number 4 on the Billboard 200, 78 out of 100 on Metacritic, 72 out of 100 on Album of the Year. It was ranked number 541 on Album of the Year because they have all of their... I used to look at Metacritic more. I've been using Album of the Year more this year because Metacritic, first of all, the website is terrible. I tried to look, because I wanted to look at all the Taylor Swift albums on Metacritic to see how Life of a Showgirl did against all those others, and I ended up just showing Album of the Year instead because I went to Metacritic and it just kept, like, refreshing. Like, I couldn't even scroll on the page. I don't know what is wrong with their website, but it's been wrong for, like, 2 months. I kept trying to check it, and it just doesn't. Their website just, like, does not work. So, I guess Metacritic flopped this year. I've moved on to Album of the Year. They do, like, a rank thing throughout the year where however many points or whatever you get on Album of the Year, they will rank it. And Metacritic did that too, but now I just can't even navigate Metacritic's site, so it doesn't matter. But so 541, not great. But 72 out of 100, that's like a well-reviewed album. 2 singles, 3 music videos. It's very 80s inspired. There was one album cover was like the physical release, and then there was another one that was like had roses on it. I think that was the streaming release, or vice versa. There was a streaming release album cover and then a physical release album cover. But I kind of liked this one a little bit more, so I included this one, even though it does look a lot like Miley Cyrus's Endless Summer Vacation cover. Then for the songs that I've highlighted here, I tried to mostly keep it to stuff that charted or just stuff that was otherwise notable. So this one, Crack, did not chart, but it was released on May 5th on her website for only 24 hours, and then she took it down. So that's kind of fun. It was an outtake from her last album, Scarlet. Nice little thing for the fans of, like, if you were there, you could download it, and if you weren't, you can still probably find it somewhere. Somebody's got it, but... you know, we like a little limited edition, limited release thing. That's fun. Then she released Born Again, which was a song she did with Ray and Lisa that went to number 68 on the Billboard Hot 100. Then Jealous Type, which is the first single off of her new album, was released on August 21st. I loved that song. And I really loved the video. That one got to number 28. It was produced by Jack Antonoff. And then Gorgeous, also, I really, really liked Gorgeous, and I also really, really loved that video. That one made it to number 56 on the Billboard Hot 100. So, like, most of the songs at least did chart. They didn't necessarily get that high, and I didn't see people talking about them for that long, but I enjoyed them. I still enjoy those songs. I still listen to them fairly often, so... And then she had a pretty good year for performances. So she started her world tour for the album, and this is the thing too. A lot of people are saying that the album flopped. And in some ways it kind of did. But here's the thing. She released it when did she release it? It was September something, right? Yeah, September 26th. She released it at the end of September. The Grammys cutoff was the end of August. So... yeah, it did kind of flop this year, but it also was released late enough into the year that she could still get nominated for Grammys and everything in 2026 for the 2027 Grammys. So that could kind of be like the long game here of, like, she started the album era at the end of 2025. She's already on tour, so she'll go into 2026 with the tour, and she is just a fucking insane live performer. Like, I do think that she is, like, the best live performer currently working at that level. And the more and more she's on this tour, the more I'm seeing her on my timeline, the more I'm seeing clips of her. So I kind of think that the tour can help revitalize interest in the album, to the point that, like, if she releases more singles and stuff next year, and she releases maybe like a deluxe edition or like some sort of like side project or something, then she could really be in the running for the 2027 Grammys, and she could also just be in the running for the 2026 Pop Girlie of the Year, you know? Maybe 2026 will be a bigger year for her. But she did still perform a lot this year. She did the 2025 Oscars with a James Bond tribute with Ray and Lisa, who she did Born Again with. She did the Outside Lands Festival, which is where she like kind of debuted this new look, the 80s thing for her album. And then she did the MTV Video Music Awards, opened the show with Jealous Type, which I was really looking forward to that performance. And it was a good performance. Like, she is a great performer. It just wasn't that, like, memorable, or it wasn't shocking. And that's sort of the problem with the VMAs in general now, is that they're just not shocking. I really do think the last time anyone had, like, a genuinely noteworthy performance that was, like, that sparked some discourse was 2013 with Miley Cyrus's We Can't Stop performance. No one's really sparked that kind of conversation since then. So I was sort of hoping that maybe Doja would do something this year that could get that kind of attention, but she just did a good performance, and, you know, there's only so far that a good performance can go if there's nothing else, you know, causing conversation about it. But it's like, what else did we expect, especially with it being simulcast on CBS? It was just never gonna be that, like, big cultural moment, and it never will be again. It never will be again. Again, I am still kind of bummed that the Oscars are the thing that's going to YouTube and not the VMAs, because I think if the VMAs were on YouTube, that could really fuck shit up in the best way. But it's a Paramount property, so it's just not going to happen. Sad. And then she did a Vogue World performance. It was like a runway show kind of thing of Gorgeous. That was also fantastic. She did Saturday Night Live, she did Gorgeous and Amen, both two of my favorite songs of the year. I did put out, there's a playlist on my channel right now. I'll link it once we're done. I'll put a link in the description of this stream. But I did make a playlist on YouTube of my 20 favorite songs of the year. But my 20 favorite songs excluding Lady Gaga, Hayley Williams, and Addison Rae, because if I included them, I would have just included, like, most of their albums. So I had to exclude them. But in my playlist, both Gorgeous and Amen are on there, because I do really love those songs. And then she did the FIFA World Cup halftime show. She did the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame induction ceremony, where she did an Outkast tribute, and then the DJ, like, messed up the lyrics while she was singing, so it kind of messed her up, which was really a bummer. But other than that, it was a great performance. And then there were some promotional efforts. She did various interviews. So CBS Sunday Morning, Angie Martinez podcast. She did a lot of different interviews. Those are just kind of like the highlights. And then she did a Met Gala appearance. She co-hosted The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. And she was also often on Instagram doing Instagram Lives. And she did some Twitch streams. She did one where she was like singing a Tyla song at one point that people were excited about. So she is kind of an internet girly. Now, controversies this year. There was the Musty Boy drama, which we did talk about a bit ago. They basically, if you don't remember, guy went to her show. She told him that she liked his shirt. He said, "Here, I'm going to give it to you." He gave her a shirt. Then he filmed a video, like a TikTok with her. He hugged her. It all seemed fine. It was like a cute little video. She woke up the next morning or a few mornings later and was like, fuck that guy. She was upset. She's like, "Don't touch me, don't kiss me." And also he smelled musty. The shirt smelled musty. I threw it away. And then he got onto his TikTok or something and was like, oh, I'm so sad. She was so nice, blah, 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 blah. It went on for a while. And then eventually she apologized. She talked about it in a podcast. She's like, I was just really defensive. They made up. And then he went to the Outside Lands show and she shouted him out during the show. And then they filmed a video together. It was very sweet. It actually was kind of like a touching thing of like two people who both kind of fucked up in small ways of like she got too defensive and went on Twitter when she should not have and put that guy on blast in a way that she should not have, but also she was valid in being concerned about people thinking that it was okay to touch her in ways that she wasn't comfortable with. And also she had been drunk at the time, so she wasn't thinking properly. So like she was valid in some of her feelings, but then not really valid in the way that she took it out on him. And then he was valid to like not understand, like to in the moment not see any problem with the way that he was interacting with her. But at the same time, it was like, well, in general, you probably shouldn't just like touch people like that. But also she, again, like the body language and everything in that moment, she didn't seem to be put off by it. But then he also was talking about her in a way that was like, okay, well, it's not, you know, they both kind of fucked up, but they both also were valid. And then it was nice to see them make up and see things get resolved in a kind of healthy way. And then also she spoke negatively about her previous album, which people were kind of upset about because this is not the first time she's done it. Like the last album, Scarlet, she made a whole big thing in the promotion of that album about how it was like more of a rap album and how the stuff she had released before was just dumb pop stuff that she never even cared about. She was just doing it for the money. And then she came back with this album and was like, actually, I need to go back to my pop stuff. Those are my roots. And the last album didn't work. And it was just kind of like, girl, are you ever satisfied with the work you put out? And it's something where it's like, I get both sides of it, where I think from the fans' perspective, it is kind of annoying to, like, be supporting an album that she will, like, inevitably talk shit about in 2 years, because then it feels like, are you even, what work do you actually feel confident in? Because it feels like everything that we like, you hate, and so it's hard to even say where she's at as an artist anymore, if she's always talking shit about her album. At the same time, though, it's like, yeah, I mean, artists have complicated feelings about their work, especially retroactively. You know, you get a few years down the line and you're like, actually, I don't think that's what I should have been making. Like, I don't want her to do the thing of like pretending that she likes an album that she doesn't actually like. I think it's kind of nice that she's somewhat honest about her feelings in the moment, but then it is, you know, it is what it is. It's not even like a super serious controversy, but it was something that her own fans were getting annoyed at her with. She also, I did see someone mention it in the chat. There is a blind item going around right now that she might be dating Sam Hyde. I don't know. It's a blind item, so anyone could have said that. And she wore a shirt with Sam Hyde on it before, so it could just be someone starting to stir shit up. But she also has dated gross men previously. She doesn't have very good taste in men, so it wouldn't be that surprising, but at the same time, Sam Hyde is like an actually like really gross person, so I don't know. But that's not confirmed, so we're not going to put that in controversies for right now, because we don't know. But maybe in the 2026 bracket slideshow, maybe dating Sam Hyde will be on here. Who is Sam Hyde? He's, you know, if you don't know, that's probably just for the best. You're not on the side of the internet where Sam Hyde is relevant, and that's a good thing. He's just like he's just gross. And then, so I have some stuff for each slide for accolades, awards they won this year, and then also I have upcoming nominations if they were nominated, specifically for Grammys, because that's really the only thing that we have the nominations for at this point, because the Grammys are in February. So this year she won the MTV Music Video Award for Best K-pop for that song Born Again with Lisa and Ray. Lisa is a K-pop artist, so that would be why she was it Lisa or was it, I think it's Lisa, right? Not Jenny. I'm so afraid of the K-pop universe that I try to not know too much about it because it's very intimidating to me. But they won that award for that. And she has not been nominated for any Grammys so far, but again, she put the album out past the deadline for this coming year's Grammys. So she might be nominated for the 2027 Grammys. We will see. And then I have lists for the year-end list, you know, like every publication, like Rolling Stone, Pitchfork, etc. They'll put out their year-end lists of like the best albums and the best songs. She didn't get onto any best albums lists, at least not the ones that I was looking at. I tried to keep it the same for every person. I just looked at like a select amount of lists so that I could make sure that like if I was putting it onto the girlies slides, that I wasn't like including, you know, Dazed for one girly and then not including Dazed for another. So I tried to keep it a stagnant list. She did not get a mention on any of the album lists that I was looking at. She did get a mention in the Rolling Stone Best Songs list for Amen. Great song. Definitely. It was in my list, in my top 20 list. And then she got a mention in the Los Angeles Times for Jealous Type. So number 49 for Amen, number 5 for Jealous Type. And then the audience album poll. So remember, I put out that straw poll for you guys to vote on your favorite albums of the year. She got 0.99% of the votes. She tied for 15th place with Cardi B, Lola Young, Taylor Swift, and Tyler, the Creator. So you guys overall didn't love the album, but you liked it more than a lot of the... I mean, it at least placed. People gave it votes. There were some other albums that got 0 votes, and some we will talk about today. And then notable mentions, this is just for, like, extra stuff of, like, there was a moment or something that she did this year that I couldn't really put into the other slides. It didn't fit super evenly there, but it's something that happened that is worth mentioning. She did eat her lipstick on the red carpet at the VMAs. She's doing some endorsement for the MAC edible lipstick thing. It's a product I still do not understand. I don't know why you would ever want an edible lipstick. It's whatever. It's a cool little like gimmick for a red carpet. I like it for that reason. I don't know what value it has outside of that. It's just like, why would I want to eat my lipstick? Then I would have less lipstick. And also, supposedly this won't stain your teeth, but I'm like, how the fuck is it, if you're chewing it in your mouth, how is it not going to stain your teeth, but it's going to stain your lips? I don't believe that. I see that she didn't get her teeth stained, but I feel like she was biting it a certain way. It's a kink product, maybe. That would make some sense. I guess because you end up eating it anyway. I know, well, it's like having a lipstick with some flavor makes some sense to me, but like a fully edible lipstick? I just don't get it. And then also I did just want to, in general, shout out her like outfits, her looks. She's got some great looks, especially on this new tour. Something that I appreciate about it. I do like a tour, like, you know, Gaga, Taylor Swift, Beyonce. Beyonce switches it up a little bit more, but there are shows where there's kind of like a uniform of like they wear this specific outfit during this specific song. Doja seems to be mixing it up a little bit more of like you just never totally know what she's gonna wear any given day, which I do like that too. I like the randomness of it, the like, you know, the non-uniformness of it. And she has had some really good looks. I think this one was in Japan. She looks incredible. She also did make fun of Sydney Sweeney, which Doja has made fun of girls on TikTok before in ways that I did not appreciate. which we don't need to talk about because it didn't happen this year. But this one I was like, okay with. I did get like a little bit of like PTSD in a way when I first saw it because I was like, oh god, here she goes again. But I was like, well, this one is at least fair, you know? If you're gonna make fun of anybody, at least do the girl with the weird eugenics ad. And then she also, this is during her new show, she's got like a bit, I don't know how often she's done this, but she's got like kind of like a cocaine thing on her nose. A lot of people are speculating that that's a diss at Nicki Minaj, which it might be, but it also might just be fully unrelated. Not everything that's about cocaine traces back to Nicki Minaj. But the fact that everyone, it's immediately when they see someone making a joke about cocaine, thinks either Charli XCX or Nicki Minaj. It almost kind of depends on the person making the joke. If it's another black woman, because we consider these feuds to be somewhat intra-racial. That's right? Like inter would be different, but intra would be the same, correct? Right? Or would it be the opposite? Whatever. Like, if Doja, if Cardi, if any of them do anything, people assume it's a hit at another black woman. If, like, Taylor does anything, if Charli does anything, people assume it's a hit at another white woman. So, like, it is kind of funny that, like, if Taylor Swift makes a joke about cocaine, everyone immediately is like, oh, Charli XCX. If, like, Doja or Cardi or anyone else makes a joke about cocaine, it's like, well, that's Nicki. So that's interesting. I don't know if it's a diss at Nicki, though. I think it is literally just like a funny thing to do on stage. But I don't know. Could be. Could also just be, it could be like a self-dig, too. Who's to say? I certainly don't think that, I don't think any of these girls that are performing as often as like Doja and Taylor and Charli, I think all of them are probably doing cocaine. Or they have a prescription for something. I don't think Taylor is doing, like, snorting cocaine, but I do think that Taylor has a doctor that will give her anything she wants. So she doesn't need to. But so it could just be Doja making fun of herself or making fun of an idea of her. Who's to say? Who's to say? Either way, it's a great performance, since she's a great performer. So that was our Doja. Here's Charli's year. Kind of a low-key year for her. She obviously released Brat last year, so she hasn't been releasing too much music this year, but she did release 2 songs for the upcoming Wuthering Heights movie. So she did House featuring John Cale, and then Chains of Love. Chains of Love did make it to number 15 on the Billboard Bubbling Under chart. House, I don't think, made it to either chart. And then she released music videos for both of those, and she released a music video for Party for You, which is a song off of her How I'm Feeling Right Now album from a few years ago, because that song got bigger on TikTok, and that was a good video. Then she finished her Brat tour, so she kind of like increased the damage on the Brat poster throughout the year. And then there was still, like, the Apple Dance thing where she would, like, film either an audience member that they picked out of the crowd or often a celebrity. So I know, like I saw Chapel doing the Apple Dance this year. There are probably, most certainly, other famous people, but Chapel's the only one I cared about. So there was that. And then she did some festivals. She did Coachella with guest appearances from Billie Eilish, Addison Rae, and Lorde. And then she did Primavera Sound, Flow Festival, Glastonbury. I think probably some others as well. And then she did a 2025 Grammy performance with Von Dutch and Guess. She did not do Spring Breakers like I and many other people wanted. And that's fine. I wouldn't have ever thought that she was going to do Spring Breakers, even though it would have been incredible. Because if you don't know, Spring Breakers is literally a song about her, like, doing a terrorist act at the Grammys. So that would have been really fun for her to do at the Grammys. But I was like, that'd be too far. She wouldn't do that. But then she opened up, like, she introduced her performance. They did these, like, video things. And she introduced hers as being like, I want to do the song that would be the most inappropriate to do at the Grammys. And I was like, oh, is she going to do it? And then she didn't. She did Von Dutch and Guess. And I was like, bitch, you fucking know that you have a song that's way more inappropriate for the Grammys. But whatever. I almost wonder if she maybe had been planning on doing that song and then got told that she couldn't. Because I just don't know why you would introduce it that way and be like, I'm going to do the most inappropriate song for this platform. And then do something that, like, you know damn well is not the most inappropriate song in your catalog. But it's fine. And then she did some appearances on some other artist tours. She appeared on Addison Rae's tour for a second. I did see stuff about that. I did not see anything about her performing with Dua Lipa. I found that out when I was making these slides because I don't know if Dua Lipa content is like shadow banned or something, but I am not seeing shit about this tour. I know she was on tour. I know it happened. But it has not come across my timeline whatsoever, and I don't know why. Because, like, I like Dua Lipa. Whatever. And then she did some promo stuff. She did a few interviews. She did the Goop podcast with Gwyneth Paltrow. And then she did Anything Goes with Emma Chamberlain. She did some magazine covers. This one with Vanity Fair I did really like. I just like the look of it. And then she had some other stuff. So she's got various film projects in the works. I tried to keep the slideshow to stuff that happened this year, not anything that, like, is going to happen. But there were some trailers released for The Moment. So that is, like, and The Moment is so connected to Brat that it's like, well, that still is kind of, like, adding to her narrative this year. And then she also, the movie 100 Nights of Hero released in some theaters. I don't think it released near me, or at least not, like, at the, like, closest local theater. But I guess it came out, and I think the reviews are good, positive-ish. And then she did a Saint Laurent campaign. She wrote some Substack essays. She did a Met Gala appearance, and she's also been doing a lot of reviews on Letterboxd. She's a film girly now, and she's a writer. She's a blogger in a sense. Love that for her. And in her personal life, she did marry George Daniel of the 1975. They had 2 weddings. She looked gorgeous. I don't know anything about that man, but he seems fine. He seems nice. She seems to like him, so we love that. And then there were some controversies this year. So one of them, there was the controversy with her beef with Taylor, that Taylor kind of started, but also obviously Charli did release the song Sympathy is a Knife last year in 2024. I don't think Sympathy is a Knife is a diss track, but I guess some people took it that way. Taylor Swift fans took it that way, and I guess apparently Taylor Swift did too. But I just don't really think that Charli did a whole lot, publicly at least. There may have been some private stuff, for sure. High-fiving Maddie Healy for ghosting her, allegedly. Ghosting Taylor. Calling her boring Barbie, allegedly. But there wasn't a whole lot of, like, public firing from Charli. It was pretty much just Taylor. Now, there are things that Taylor Swift fans have read into. Like, there was at one point while promoting Brat, she had, like, a big statue of, like, a hand that was cut off with, like, a bunch of bracelets on it. And people were interpreting that as those being friendship bracelets. And, like, I think it was right after the terrorist attack at one of Taylor's shows, so people were making it like she was making a joke about, or maybe it wasn't even the terrorist attacks, maybe it was there was like a stabbing or something. There was something where some Taylor Swift fans got killed at like a birthday party or something. So people were making it into that, like she was making a joke about Taylor Swift fans being killed because she had an arm cut off with friendship bracelets on it. I don't think they look like friendship bracelets. I think they look like rave bracelets. So I just think that maybe that's Taylor Swift fans not understanding rave culture and not understanding how that like hand thing makes complete sense for Charlie's own career and the culture that she's in, the scene that she's in. It didn't, I don't think it had anything to do with Taylor Swift, but Swifties have a knack for making everything about Taylor Swift. And there have been some other, like, things that Charlie has said before. Like, at one point, Charlie had been an opener for Taylor, and she had said something about how when she looked out into the audience, she felt like she was performing for, like, 8-year-olds or something, which that, in the context of what she was saying, made sense, because she was saying that she's so used to performing at clubs that are, like, over 18 or over 21 plus clubs. She's so used to only being in environments with adults that being on tour with Taylor Swift and looking out into an audience that's, like, mixed age, she felt kind of uncomfortable, because she was like, wait, what are all these fucking kids doing here? I think that makes complete sense. I don't think it was an insult to Taylor Swift or her audience at all, but people took it that way. So, like, there was some stuff that people were reading into of stuff that Charlie has said publicly or done publicly where they were like, that was her taking a hit at Taylor Swift, where I was like, I just don't really think so. I think this was more of a Taylor thing than a Charlie thing, but again, it's like, there was maybe stuff going on behind the scenes, but it's like, at that point, who fucking cares? Especially when it's like, the stuff that Taylor said in the song was, she called you boring Barbie and high-fived Maddie Healy. It's like, is that enough to write a whole song about? When, like, Justin Baldoni is trying to subpoena private text messages from you, and Donald Trump put out a tweet that said in all caps, I hate Taylor Swift. You're worried about the girl who called you boring Barbie privately? Like, you just need to provide me a lot more evidence of stuff that Charlie's done that warranted that kind of response. Or just, like, I don't know, just make the song better. It just wasn't a good hit at Charlie. So, you know, I put that in the controversy section because, like, I guess there kind of was a back and forth between Charlie fans and Taylor Swift fans, but even a lot of Taylor fans, I think, other than the, like, really, really diehard Swifties, I think a lot of Taylor fans were like, that was a weird thing for her to do. I think most people were on Charlie's side and thought that Taylor was being a little out of pocket. But then there was also some auto-tune backlash, I think at Glastonbury Festival. That was also just fucking stupid. Yeah, she uses auto-tune. What's new? And then there was the should have been a headliner sash that she wore after one of her Coachella shows. She's had a thing that said, like, Miss should have been a headliner, which she should have been, and she's right to say it, but people were taking it as a hit at Green Day, because Green Day was the headliner that night. And I understand, like, when I first saw the announcement that Charlie was not being a headliner and Green Day was the headliner, I was kind of annoyed. I was like, oh, Green Day hasn't even had, like, a relevant album in, like, 10 years, like, a big culturally relevant album. And also, they perform all the time. Like, it's not special that they're performing. You know, they're always on tour. It's not like a big reunion thing of like, oh my god, I can't believe, you know, like when No Doubt did the headlining performance. I was like, well, that makes sense because No Doubt hasn't done anything together in a long time. With Green Day, I was like, well, if you wanted to go see Green Day live, you could go see Green Day live at any time. They're always touring. So I was kind of like, that fucking sucks. Charlie should have been the headliner instead of Green Day. And then I kind of cooled off on it, and it's like, well, actually, Green Day is kind of iconic. And Green Day, because they're touring all the time, they're well practiced. They're a very, very good live band. So I softened. I was like, you know what? Actually, I really do fuck with Green Day. So my apologies to Green Day. Charlie's still right, though. She should have been a headliner. It's just like, who are we gonna be upset about? We should be upset probably at the headliners for not just making them co-headliners. Because even Green Day, they were the headliner, but then Travis Scott performed right after them anyway, and Travis Scott was kind of the headliner. So it's like, if they could already do that, they could have made Charlie and Green Day co-headliners. But then also, who even cares about that? Post Malone was the headliner for the next night, and what the fuck? I would have been totally fine with it if it had been like Gaga one night, Charlie, and then, or Green Day, and then Charlie instead of Post Malone. Post Malone, I think, was the real, that did not make any sense, inclusion. So, My apologies to Green Day because I did tweet things. Not that they ever saw it, so it doesn't even matter. It got probably like 5 likes. But I was more negative toward Green Day than I should have been. Charli didn't even say anything specifically about Green Day. She just said she should have been a headliner. And everyone just immediately made that like a hit at Green Day specifically, but it's just kind of a hit at the Coachella festival event planners, period. That wasn't her saying that I'm better than Green Day. But Green Day took it very well. They responded with an actual headliner sash on Trey Cool. And then Billie Joe did wear a Brat hat during one of the performances. And then Charli retweeted them. So I think that Charli and Green Day are cool. And I would actually love to see them do something together. There was a moment where there was like talk about Green Day maybe doing the Super Bowl. And I'm glad that Bad Bunny is doing the Super Bowl. But I was like, if Green Day and Charli did like a co-headlining thing at the Super Bowl, that would actually be really iconic. But it won't happen this year. Or probably ever. Accolades, she won quite a few Brit Awards. British Dance Act, Artist of the Year, Songwriter of the Year, Album of the Year, Song of the Year. And then she got some Grammy Awards. Best Dance Electronic Album, Best Recording Package, iHeartRadio Music Awards, Dance Album of the Year, and then the MTV Music Awards for Song for Good. That's like their song where it's like, she won for Guess because the Guess, they had that big pile of panties. And then they donated all the panties to some sort of like thing for, I think, abused women or something. So that's why they won the Song for Good, is that they donated panties. Her and Billie both won that together. So those were our first 2 girlies. Now we can go to the voting. And I'm trying this because the last bracket, I couldn't get the Streamlabs poll widget thing is just not working for YouTube at all. So I'm trying something different. I don't know how well this is going to work, but I literally, because I can see the poll in my chat, I just have it I have it screen recorded. So this is what I see instead of the like version of the chat that we have on the screen. This is what I see. So I'm just hopefully, because if I put the poll up on that, then you guys will hopefully just see the poll. So, Charli XCX. Oh wait, I should put them in order. And then I do have this reminder here of how you're voting, because you're voting based on both musical output and also meta-narrative, you know, the things that make a pop star, you know? Not just, was the music good, but like, was the public engaged? Did the people feel invested in them as like just a cultural figure? And then I have the elevator music. Okay, yeah, cool. So it is kind of showing the... Maybe I should move it down a little. Wow, Charli is really taking that. She didn't even release an album this year. God damn. Doja released a whole fucking album and you're gonna do her like that. I guess we gotta call it. All right, Charli, you got that round. Sorry, Doja. All right, and then let's move on. Yeah, the Swiftie feud, I do think that really kind of... I don't know that was Taylor's intention. Oh shit, I didn't even go. I went to the accolades. I didn't even finish Charli's... God, she already won, so it doesn't matter, but I didn't even finish Charli's slides. I fucked up. So year-end list, she did get on the year-end list for the House song with John Cale for Billboard. And then this I just thought was funny. Charli didn't even do this, but this was like a meme. There's a whole bunch of AI stuff on TikTok now where they're taking like celebrities' voices and then trying to sell shit with it. There were a few different ones, but Charli's kind of got the biggest like meme treatment because it was like Charli XCX was selling like the Le Creuset kitchen set, like cookware. Of course she wasn't, it was just an AI voice, but it was pretty funny. And then she burnt a poster of herself in the Party For You music video. She appeared during Role Models' Sally performance on SNL. And so, yeah, that was it. Because this kind of also, a big thing for Charli this year was, like, burning down Brat. She's burning a poster of herself for the Party For You video, but then they also, like, burnt the Brat poster when she finished the Brat tour. They lit the whole thing on fire. Kinda. You know, it was like a stage fire. It wasn't, like, actually out of control or anything, but it is what it is. You know, it looked kind of... It looked fine. It got the message across, but it just looked like a staged thing in a way that is kind of unavoidable. Unless you want to actually set a fucking venue on fire. Alright, moving on to Miley Cyrus. Alright, so Miley this year, she released her album Something Beautiful on May 30th. It reached number 4 on the Billboard 200. Got a 71 out of 100 on Metacritic, 69 out of 100 on Album of the Year. Ranked 590 on the Album of the Year year-end ranking. Had 2 singles featuring, one song featuring Brittany Howard, another featuring Naomi Campbell. And then there were some bonus tracks released on September 19th. This album really, for me, just... I like it every time I listen to it. I never dislike it when I'm listening to it. But for some reason, it just didn't have, like, a hold on me. Like, I don't revisit the album much at all. I still wonder if, like, maybe one day it's gonna really click for me. And I'm gonna, like, get really, really into it. But I don't know. For whatever reason, it didn't hook me this year. Then she released End of the World. That was one of the singles on April 3rd. It got to number 52 on the Billboard Hot 100. Easy Lover got to number 82. Secrets. This one didn't chart at all, but it was featuring Lindsey Buckingham and Mick Fleetwood. It was a bonus track on the deluxe edition. And then Dream Is One also did not chart at all, but it's the song for Avatar Fire and Ash. And she is promoting the fuck out of that movie. And the song. Mostly the movie. I keep seeing her... I saw her do something recently where she was like, from all of us who worked on Avatar. And I was like, I mean, kinda. Your name is in the credits, for sure. But the whole movie was kind of done before you made your song for the credits. And here's the thing. I would still give it to her if I thought the song was, like, really good or, like, really, really encapsulated the vibe of the movie. I love Miley. I do. I love Miley Cyrus. And I think what I think she's doing, because she won the Grammy for the first time like 2 years ago. She won her first Grammy, and I think that maybe kind of inspired her. Like, it sort of lit a flame for her where she has a renewed interest in, like, just awards. She wants to win more awards. So I think that she's maybe trying to go for, like, her EGOT. And because she did a song for that Showgirl movie last year, and she got a Golden Globe nomination. And now she's doing the Dream Is One song for Avatar, and she's really campaigning for the movie, for the song. I think that she for sure has it in her to be an EGOT winner at some point in her career. I do not foresee this song being her Oscar winner. And I waited, I saw the movie. I saw it last night. I saw it in 3D, which if you're gonna watch it, if you have any interest in the Avatar movies, in this movie in particular, I do think that you should see it in a theater, and I do think that you should see it in 3D. Once it comes out on streaming and you're watching it, like, on your own home TV, there's kind of no point. It's a gorgeous movie. It is beautiful visually. The story, you know, there's not much going on. I don't even think the story is the problem so much as the fact that, like, I just don't care about any of the characters. Any one of those characters could die. It would not make any bit of difference to me. So that's a problem with the movie from, like, a story standpoint. But it does look really nice. But so I watched the movie, and I hadn't heard the song in full yet. I had heard, like, a few snippets, but I was like, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna see the movie, and then I'm gonna hear the song for the first time in the context of the movie. Long fucking movie, for one thing. Like, 3 hours and 17 minutes. It's so goddamn long. But I sat through the whole thing. It's just fine. I don't even really understand what it means. Like, dream is one. There's like one scene where multiple characters are having the same, like, dream thing, but overall I don't think dreams are a huge motif of the film. There's definitely a lot of other stuff going on to the point that I don't really understand why a dream had to be, like, the thing that we pulled out and made the song about. And I don't know. The song really just felt like an afterthought. It did not feel like it was meant to, like, really encapsulate the movie. So yeah, I don't think that song should be winning any Oscars anytime soon. I don't know what else would be nominated, though. I personally, and I know people are going to think that I'm, like, kidding or being ironic or whatever. I'm not. I'm being fully fucking serious, and I mean this with my entire heart. SpongeBob Big Guy Pants Okay could, if I was picking, I think I would pick that for the Oscars. Maybe I haven't listened to all the songs that could get nominated, but just off the top of my head of, like, what songs I know came out from movies this year, I do think SpongeBob Big Guy Pants Okay encapsulates the vibe of SpongeBob SquarePants, and it's a better, like, soundtrack song than Dream is One. Yeah, every song from Sinners, that for sure. I do think Sinners could definitely take it, and probably should take it. But I don't know what song specifically would get nominated. But yeah, anything from Sinners would be good. And SpongeBob Big Guy Pants Okay. You know, just because it's silly, just because it's from a kid's movie, it did its job. It was a silly song for a kid's movie. It fully fits. She aced the assignment. But I don't know that SpongeBob Big Guy Pants Okay is gonna get a nomination. But it should. It's nominated in my heart. And then she also did the new Maybelline jingle. You know that song, Maybe It's Maybelline? She did, like, a whole song for it. Again, did not chart. But, you know, it's cute. Year in performance, she did not do much performing this year. She doesn't really perform at all anymore. She's talked before about why she doesn't want to go on tour. I think that the way that she talks about it is very healthy, and it's a very, like, good state of mind for her to be in, for her to be, like, aware of herself in that way. At the same time, I do think that she's an incredible performer, so I wouldn't mind. I'm like, just give us one, like, big performance per year, you know? Like, just do one festival or something and film it. Do one special that you put up onto, like, Disney Plus or whatever. Just give us one big performance a year, you know? You don't have to tour or anything, just, like, and you don't have to release any new songs. You could just do all covers if you wanted. I just think that she is such a good performer that I would love to see more of her performing, but I understand why she doesn't want to tour, and I support her decision. But she did do End of the World live from the Chateau Marmont. She did join Beyonce on stage in Paris to do Two Most Wanted, and she did the Billions Club Spotify set, because she now has, like, 1 billion streams on Spotify, or she has, like, a song maybe that has 1 billion, something to do with 1 billion on Spotify. And then she did do quite, well, just honestly, she's doing more promo for Avatar than she did for the album, but she did release the visual film for Something Beautiful on June 6th. It was one night only. I had been disappointed because I had to go to work that day, so I couldn't go see it because it was one night only, so I don't know why we couldn't have released it for like a weekend, but that's fine. Once I heard the reviews and I saw, it's now like online, you can watch the entire thing. I was like, yeah, I didn't need to see that in a theater. It's really nothing special. It's not really like a huge production. It's like when you're putting out like a visual film thing for your album into a theater, I do think that there are maybe some higher expectations for what the production value is going to be, and like not just you like walking down a road and performing, or you standing on a set and performing. And you know, it again, she is a great performer, so she is very like magnetic visually. I love looking at her, but other than that, there's just not a whole lot going on in the film. So yeah, it didn't really sell people on the album. And then she did some interviews with Jimmy Kimmel Live, Good Morning America. She did the Reclaiming podcast with Monica Lewinsky. She did Apple Music with Zane Lowe. Everybody does Apple Music with Zane Lowe. Sirius XM. And then they did like a special thing with The Cut about like the Cyrus family, all the women in it, which is going to come up in a second too. So personal life. She had some drama with her family throughout the year. A lot of it was carryover from previous years, especially last year. Her dad is MAGA'd out. He was like at the Trump inauguration. He loves Donald Trump. She said in an interview, I think with the thing with The Cut, that her mom was always kind of more of like a friend to her than she was like a mom, like a parent, in a way that was not super healthy. And then she talked about her messy family life with Monica Lewinsky. They did that thing with The Cut. And then there was a woman who claimed to be Miley's biological mother, which that woman seems very mentally unwell, so I don't want to make fun of her. At the same time, though, it is kind of funny because it's like, well, but Miley looks exactly like Tish. Like, you could maybe even convince me that she has a different biological father. I still would find that hard to believe because she does still look a bit like Billy as well. But she looks exactly like Tish. You could never convince me that that is not her biological mother. And then she got engaged to a man named Max Morando. Don't really know anything about him, but hopefully he's nice. I don't know. And then there were a few controversies. So one, she premiered her film Something Beautiful at the Tribeca Film Festival. And it was just a premiere for the movie, and then there was supposed to be like a conversation thing afterward, like a Q&A type thing. But I guess a whole bunch of people, at least like there was one woman who was like heckling her throughout the conversation, throughout the Q&A thing. I don't know why they didn't just remove that woman, and I don't know why the host didn't say anything to that woman. But like there was someone who was just like yelling, like, when are you gonna perform? We thought this was a concert. Because I guess the Miley and the actual like host of the event never advertised it as a concert, but I guess that some third-party ticket websites were advertising it as a concert and were selling the tickets as if there was going to be a performance, which there was not. So eventually Miley did, like, she sang The Climb a cappella for a second. It was really uncomfortable, but I don't know why that woman didn't get like kicked out of the venue. She was like, we paid $800. We thought you were going to perform. It's like, okay, well, if you paid $800 and you didn't look into the event, that's kind of your own problem. Now, where I'm a little bit more like sympathetic with the fans is with this next thing where she was doing an album signing thing with Naomi Campbell. That's Naomi Campbell next to her. She was doing an album signing and not really paying attention to the fans in front of her. She did some of them, but there were quite a few videos of people going up and she's just like talking to Naomi next to her and just like signing it and then just kind of sending the fans off on their way. Now, I've heard a few different things from Miley Cyrus fans, and I don't know if this is true or if this is just Miley fans wanting to defend her, but supposedly what they said is like that this event was really impromptu and Miley paid for all the vinyls, that like people didn't even have to buy the vinyls, that she like gifted them to everybody. So it was like there wasn't a huge expectation that there was going to be like a big meet and greet or whatever. They were just kind of getting these vinyls from Miley. And if that's the case, then like, yeah, that, I mean, if that's the case, then I'm like, why not just like sign them all separately and then just like hand them out to people? Like, to have this whole setup where it is like a meet and greet setup where there's an expectation that you're gonna at least like talk to people and like say like, hi, how are you? Like, it's a bad setup. It was a bad look, a bad moment, but also it wasn't that serious, you know? I don't know, but I would have to look more into it and know, like, were those fans paying for that event? Did they have to pay for the albums? Like, what were they told prior about what this event was? I have no idea, but the videos did look bad. They really did look bad. But then she won a Grammy for Best Country Duo / Group Performance for Two Most Wanted with Beyonce. And then she is nominated for Best Pop Vocal Album for Something Beautiful at the upcoming Grammys. She made one year-end list for the album with Rolling Stone at number 89, and then she made it onto 3 for the songs for End of the World, Rolling Stone, number 100, Los Angeles Times, number 9, and then USA Today, number 6. She got 0.49% of the votes from you guys. She tied for number 17 with Flo, Heidi Montag, Kylie Minogue, Lil Nas X, Lisa, Renee Rapp, and Rose Gray. And then some notable moments throughout the year. She's apparently afraid of paper. She has some sort of paper phobia. And then also, this isn't something that she did, but Liam Hemsworth got engaged this year. And anytime he does anything, the Miley fans jump out to to make it. It's like, I don't even know if he really even did anything to Miley. People have made up these rumors about him cheating on her with like 14 women, which I don't even think happened. But the Smilers fucking hate this man, and they made sure to vocalize it when he got engaged. And then Cody Simpson, after she got engaged, wrote a song or something about how he's still in love with her. I didn't listen to it at all, but I know that it exists. It seemed kind of pathetic. I don't even think they dated for that long, but they did date briefly after Miley broke up with Liam. So there's some stuff there. And then that was kind of it. And now we have Miss Addison Rae. So, Addison released her debut album, Addison, on June 6th. It got to number 4 on the Billboard 200, which is pretty great for a debut. 79 out of 100 on Metacritic, 73 out of 100 on Album of the Year, but 72, or not 72, and the year-end rank from Album of the Year, it got number 12, which I don't even understand. It's like 73 is enough to get number 12? I don't really know how that works. But supposedly, I mean, that's what the website says, so that must be true. It had 5 singles, 6 videos, and it was written and produced with 2 women. So just Addison and then Elvira Anderyard and Luca Closer. I think they're Swedish, so I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. But that's something too. It's like I talked about this in the Addison stream, but like this idea that Addison is an industry plant, or that she's like this manufactured pop artist by her label. The whole album was written with 3 women, including her. That's not like industry plant to me. That's not like, you know, label handing the songs around to all their biggest producers. This is a very, like, homegrown project. So let's get that straight. She released, again, 4 singles, 5 music videos. So High Fashion was released on February 14th. 2 of the singles, Aquamarine and Diet Pepsi, those were released in 2024. So those, we're not going to count those for this year's count. But this year we had High Fashion. This song did not chart, but it didn't click for me really at first, but the video was always so good. Such a good video. And then Headphones On, such a good song and such a good video, released April 18th. This is when I think, for me, where it really clicked, and I was always pretty pro Addison, but where I was really like, oh, she's here to stay, was Aquamarine. I think for a lot of people it was Headphones On. I think Headphones On was the moment for a lot of girls. That one got to number 87 on the Billboard Hot 100. Fame is a Gun, number 73, also great video. And then Times Like These, that one didn't chart, and it's technically not a single, but she did release the music video alongside the album because she's a video girly. And all of her videos are incredible. Then she performed. This is kind of her breakout year as a performer as well. She hasn't done a whole lot of performing prior to this. She did do like one. In the pandemic, she did a performance on, like, Jimmy Fallon, but that was during the pandemic, so it was kind of, like, pre-recorded. Like, they probably did multiple takes and stuff. It wasn't in front of a live audience. This is where she really made her, like, performance debut. She performed at the Box in New York City for her album release. That was, like, a Spotify-sponsored event. She opened for Lana Del Rey on Lana's tour. She performed with Arca at Coachella, where she announced her album, the release date, with her underwear. She had like a kind of see-through sheer dress thing on, and then her underwear was like hot pink, and it said June 6th. Super cool. Super cool. And also, like, the Box performance, it was very, like, Britney Spears, House of Blues, Eminem's tour. Just incredible. Like, she's in her underwear, but it's, like, very clearly a show for the girls and the gays, which we love. Incredible. And then the Addison tour ran from August 25th to November 18th. This is her first tour. It was mostly theater shows, which she said that she wanted to do, like, on purpose, because she wanted to kind of get her feet on the ground. That she's never really done a tour before. She really hadn't performed much at all prior to this year, and that does show at a few points. Like, the vocals still could use a little work here and there, but also you can see how much she's improving just through this year. You know, where she started the year is not where she's ending the year, and we love to see that. But some of the venues did have to be upgraded because there was just a very, very high demand. Everyone wanted to see Addison, as they should have. And then she did The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. That performance is no longer on YouTube, which I'm very upset about, but it was a great performance of Diet Pepsi and also a little bit of New York, which is the opening track on the album. And then she did some performances at the Grammy Museum because she is gunning for that Grammy. Promotional effort, she did quite a few interviews, so Chicken Shop Date, New York Times Popcast, Apple Music with Zane Lowe, Therapist with Jake Shane, The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. She did some magazine covers, W, Rolling Stone, Billboard, Elle. And then she did some other stuff. She did a TV show that we don't need to talk about right now. And she did a Lucky Brand jeans collaboration, a non-racist ad campaign, I will say. It's possible. It can be done. And she is nominated for Best New Artist at the Grammys, which I do think she deserves, and I think she deserves to win. She is my pick to win. I'm not super... There are maybe like 1 or 2 people that I would be annoyed if they won. For the most part, though, I do think that the Best New Artist category is pretty solid this year. I do think she should have been nominated for more Grammys. I think for sure she should have been nominated for Best Pop Vocal Album, but... Oh, well. I guess maybe because it's called Best Pop Vocal Album that they're looking for, like, specifically, like, a good vocal performance, maybe? But I'm like, but it is one of the better pop albums of the year. But that's fine. And then year-end list, she made quite a lot. So the album, she made Pace number 45, Pop Matters number 18, Stereo Gum number 17, The New Yorker number 14, Pitchfork 12, Rolling Stone 12, Dazed 11, Billboard 11, Business Insider number 7, The Independent number 6, Slant number 5, The Guardian number 4, NME number 2, Fader number 1, and The Washington Post also number 1. Songs, Headphones On, made a few lists. Paste, NME, The Guardian, Pitchfork. High Fashion made it to Rolling Stone. Fame as a Gun also paced. Billboard, Stereo Gum, Clash, Los Angeles Times, and Times Like These got to number 6 on Dazed. This was tied for number 1 with the audience poll, with you guys, with Lady Gaga. It was Addison and Mayhem are the number 1 albums that you guys voted for, which made sense to me. Those were also my top albums. And some other notable moments, she did walk around. She was snapped by the paparazzi with this, like, thing across her eyes, which is the same thing that she wore during one of her Grammy Museum performances. Ooh, she had a lot of good paparazzi moments throughout the year. So she was advertising, I think this was before the song came out, her Headphones On song. She put the lyrics onto her underwear and then flashed them. So the girl knows how to promote. She also said fuck ICE this year, which we love. She's put up an Instagram story that said, "I'm so disappointed and disturbed by what is happening across our nation. This country could not exist without immigrants. Every human being deserves the right to exist in an environment that makes them feel safe, loving, protected, and embraced. This link provides ways you can stay up to date and get involved." She also received 0 nominations at the VMAs. She eventually did get nominated for Song of the Summer, because they announced those nominations afterward. But this was really kind of absurd to me because she released incredible music videos this year. Just absolute fucking bullshit. She should have been nominated, and she should have been at the award show. She should have been able to do her, like, debut VMA performance this year. I don't know who's running things over there. They're so fucking stupid. But she did talk about it. She said it's definitely funny when you feel like you put a lot of work into something and it doesn't get recognized by some place that you feel like you were contributing to. And she was right to say that. And I saw people being like, oh my god, who does she think she is? She thinks she's Addison Rae, and she thinks that she's releasing some of the best music videos of the year because she is. God forbid a woman know her worth. And that's it. Those are our two contenders here. I certainly have my pick, but I'll let you guys decide. Okay, yeah, 100% Addison Rae already. We'll let it ride for a second to see if Miley gets any votes. Though it doesn't look like it. Whew, okay. Okay, we're just gonna call it there. Yeah, I mean, that made sense to me. We do love you too, Miley. All right. Charli and Addison going against each other next, but we'll get through this first round first. So, we have Beyonce. Didn't have like a huge year, really. I put her in the top 22. There was a moment, though, where I was sort of unsure about it, but it felt kind of weird to not include Beyonce at all. But as you can see, we went straight from the Beyonce title card to year in performance. She did not release any new music this year, but she did go on her Cowboy Carter tour from April 28th to July 26th. It was the highest grossing tour of 2025 and the highest grossing country tour of all time. Now that, I'm like, ultimately I think that's fine. I don't really care. And I think that, like, the people who are going to get really upset about that are probably just racist, because that tends to be the people who get upset about Beyonce winning those sorts of accolades. I think that for sure the album deserves to be nominated for, like, best country album and whatnot, and deserves to be thought of as a country album. The tour, I was like, well, she is also performing stuff from her, like, entire discography, so, like, is it a country tour, or is it just a Beyonce tour that happens to be promoting a country album? Either way, who cares? She broke a record, and I think that's fine. It was a critically acclaimed tour. It was not sold out, and this is the thing that is kind of funny, that, like, early in the year, when people were, like, taking some photos of the crowds and making a big thing about the ticket sales, the fact that it wasn't a sold-out tour was making the discourse around it, like, as if Beyonce was flopping. That, like, oh my god, Beyonce doesn't have a sold-out tour. How could that be? She must be in her flop era. But it's like, but then she ended up with the highest grossing tour of the year. Now, granted, that's because some of the ticket prices were a little expensive, which is how you get the highest grossing tour, and also how you maybe don't have a sold-out tour, because not everyone wants to pay those prices, but the people who are willing to pay them were willing to pay them. So it is the highest grossing tour of the year. It was in stadiums too, so, like, that really contributes to, like, even if she didn't sell every ticket in that stadium out, she was in giant venues in the first place. So, you know, you sell half of the stadium and you're making more money than most artists will ever make. And then Blue Ivy and Rumi were featured on stage. I didn't love that. A lot of people did. A lot of people really thought that was sweet and cute. I do think it's kind of weird. I, in general, try to be really, like... I mean, I don't have kids in the first place, so who am I to say what the best way to parent is? But especially with celebrities, I'm like, you know, their kids are going to be in the public eye regardless of what they do, and I think that it is up to the parents to sort of decide how they want to introduce their kids to the public eye in that sense. Like, a lot of people were upset about Seth Meyers putting his kids on his show recently because he, like, interviewed them, and I was like, well, it is kind of what it is. His kids are in the public eye. He's not exploiting them on, like, a daily basis. If he puts them on TV for, you know, one night and they're just kind of funny and charming or whatever, and then they go back home and are normal kids, it's like, it's not my place to be like, Seth, you're a bad dad. How dare you put your kids on TV like that? There's starting to be stuff with Beyonce and her kids that I'm starting to get a little weirded out by, because it's like putting your kids onto a TV show for a night is a one night thing. When you're taking them on tour with you, they're, like, out on tour with you regularly, and also it's, like, April 28th to July 26th. How much of that time were they supposed to be in school? You know, I know it is kind of none of my business, but it also is just sort of weird to make your kids such an integral part of your brand, where there's, like, a fan expectation of seeing your kids every night when they buy a ticket to your show. I don't know. I just think it's kind of weird, and I think that, like, it's fine. I understand that, like, they have an interest, especially Blue seems to really have an interest in being in the public eye. I think she wants to be, like, a dancer, so I get it. I'm like, you want to put your kid into your music videos? That's cool. I think that's fine. Taking her on tour with you, to me, though, is just sort of a different thing. You know, it's like you're taking them out of school, and even if they have, like, homeschool stuff, it's like they're not in, like, a normal social environment with other kids. And again, it's like this expectation that you're now giving to your fans of, like, they're gonna get to see your kids every night when they watch videos of the tour. And it's like, then your fans feel more of, like, a sense of ownership over them. I don't know. The whole thing just kind of weirds me out. I don't really like the, like... I mean, we sort of saw this happen with, like, the Smith family for a bit, too, and then I felt like the Smith family sort of pulled back a little bit, where they were putting Willow and Jaden into the public eye a lot, and then they kind of started to pull back, because I think that they realized how kind of weird that could be. But it's like, when you're trying to make your family a part of your brand, it just gets very, very strange. And people criticize the Kardashians for that a lot, and I do think for sure Kris should be criticized for that a lot, especially with Kendall and Kylie in the early years. But like, I do think that the older girls have been a lot better about when they publicize their kids. North is starting to get into more public stuff now, and there is definitely a thing with North where I'm like, should she be in this much stuff? Is it appropriate for her to be this public this early? But at the same time, I don't think that North is as public as a lot of people act like she is. Like, she's not really on the reality shows. I haven't watched this newest season, so maybe she's all over the newest season. I don't know. But like, from what I had seen before, I was like, North isn't really a part of the shows as much as I think people think that she is. She's in like moments, and even those moments are like, it'll be like her pulling a prank on Chloe, and then it's like that, and then she kind of goes away. But even then, I'm like, okay, yeah, I get with like the Kardashians that there is, their family already is their business. And so them pulling their younger kids into it is like, you know, when does it cross a line into it being really exploitative? But this, to me, with the touring, I don't know what it is about the tour where I'm like, that just doesn't seem right. I don't think that your kid should be on tour with you. I don't know. Especially just like so prominently too. Like the whole thing where they're hugging each other. I don't know. There's something about it that is really weirding me out. But a lot of people like it. So I might just be in the minority there. A lot of people are really into it, but almost in a way that makes it weirder to me. It's the fact that so many people are invested in it that I think is odd. But whatever. And then Beyonce did she really didn't do any interviews. Beyonce never does many interviews, but she did do the cover of Polestar, which is like it's like a live touring magazine. She did the cover and she did an interview there. But other than that, she really didn't do much. And then some other ventures. She does have her hair care products, which is now available at Ulta, I think this year. And then SZA recently said that she uses it all the time. So I guess it's a good hair care product. And then she did a Levi's jeans ad campaign, which makes sense because she has a song called Levi's Jeans. And Levi's have been a big part of her own brand. Like, there was a long time where a lot of fashion houses would not dress Destiny's Child, but Levi's jeans would give their stuff to Tina, and Tina would make her designs a lot of times based around like Levi's jeans. So Levi's is a big part of her life. She was accused of cultural appropriation by Piers Morgan because he said that was a Marilyn Monroe hairstyle. It was so fucking stupid. I didn't even put it into the controversy section because I was like, it's just too dumb to even entertain as a real controversy. It was just Piers Morgan being racist. It was him being upset that people were mad at the eugenics ad that Sydney Sweeney did. So he then had to like go and be like, oh, but now a black woman is doing a jeans ad and you're all okay with that? It's like, well, yeah. Because she didn't say anything about eugenics in the ad. Like, what are you talking about? And also, to associate this hairstyle with Marilyn Monroe specifically, it's like, it's just a fucking 50s hairstyle. What are you talking about? You think Marilyn Monroe was the only person who did her hair like that? Idiot. But then in actual controversy, she had a Buffalo Soldier t-shirt that she was selling in her merch in her store. That was pretty bad. It had the Buffalo Soldiers on the front, and then it had like a hole right up on the back. And if you don't know the Buffalo Soldiers, it was this it was like an all black, what do they call it, like troop or something. It's like in the army there was a specific group of soldiers that were all black soldiers, which is like, okay, cool, that's historic, and it maybe means something to like black history, but they were oftentimes targeting Native Americans, so that wasn't good. And also just in general, it's like supporting the regiment, like an all black regiment. She had the shirt for the Buffalo Soldiers, and it's just kind of like military propaganda. even if it's like historical, it's still just like, well, you know, the American military is not really something we need to celebrate in any capacity, even if it's like an all black version. Is like, okay, well, it's still a part of the America's like arms of oppression. So that was bad. I think it would have been one thing if it was just the front. That kind of would have been okay. I think that you could be like, okay, well, it's the Buffalo Soldiers have this complicated history, you know, but also it is like a big part of not a big part really of Black history, but it is a part of Black history. So it's like, okay, yeah, it has a complicated history, but it is something. There's aspects of it that are maybe worth celebration. But then the write-up on the back specifically said something. I don't even remember what it said, but it said something about, there was a word that they used for Native Americans that was like intruders or something. Oh yeah, or like aggressors. Yeah, attacking Indian aggressors. It was something like that. Something where it was like very, very blatantly vilifying Native American tribes. And I was like, what? Pardon? When the controversy even first popped off, because I had seen this shirt of her wearing it, I thought that maybe it was just like a shirt that she owned. That like people looked up the shirt and saw that was what the back said. But then I found out that no, that was just what they were selling. It's like someone on her team wrote that. It was not good. It was really not good. And then this year she won a few Grammys. She finally won Album of the Year for the first time. It is not the album I would have picked in Beyonce's discography to win that award, but, you know, she deserved it in general, like in her career. She won Album of the Year. Then she won Best Country Album. She was the first Black artist to win, which is crazy, but I guess unsurprising. And then she won Best Country Duo/Group Performance. And then at the American Music Awards, she won Favorite Country Female Artist, Favorite Country Album. At the last Culturistas Culture Award, she won Best Live Outdoor Performance. And then at the Emmys, she won Outstanding Costumes for Variety, Nonfiction, or Reality Programming for her, the Netflix Super Bowl, not Super Bowl, but whatever they did, the Netflix halftime show thing that they did with her. So, decent year for Beyonce in that regard, but again, she didn't release any new music, so this is mostly just stuff that she's winning for 2024. Notable moments. This is her infamous gif of her winning the Best Country Album and being shocked by it. And then she did almost fall out of the big truck thing, or not truck, but car thing that they had going across the stadium for the Cowboy Carter World Tour. And then also for her last show, she did bring out her fellow Destiny's Child members for a nice performance, which is exciting. And then there was that. So we just did Beyonce. Who was... Okay, yeah, so it is Beyonce versus Katy, so we're not voting now. So we'll go through Katy. So year in music. Mostly music was released last year, but she did release a new song this year. Band-Aids was released on November 6th. Number 15 on the Bubbling Under chart, which is not... It's not the place that you want to be as Katy Perry when you were, like, the biggest pop star about 10 or so years ago. I mean, what was it called? Teenage Dream. Teenage Dream had, what, like 5 or 6 number 1 songs? And then this new song doesn't even really make the Hot 100 chart, it just makes the Bubbling Under. But it wasn't like... It is just a one-off single. It didn't have a huge campaign or anything, and it did get positive reviews. I liked the song, honestly. I thought that this was a vast improvement. Have I listened to it a whole bunch myself? No. But do I think it's a better song than everything on her previous album? Yes, I do. I was really worried at first that it was going to be like another kind of empowerment anthem thing. It wasn't. It's a breakup song, which I think is the direction she needs to be moving in. Obviously, we'll talk about, she had a breakup this year. But it's like, the empowerment anthem stuff is just getting so tired because it feels so, like, depersonal that it just feels like a product. Her releasing a breakup song is way more like, okay, now I feel like you're a human being again. So it references her breakup with Orlando Bloom. The music video is very inspired by Final Destination. It is also a very good video. I teared up a little while watching the video. There's a moment where she sees a daisy, which is obviously in reference to her daughter Daisy, and I was like, oh, she has to save herself for her daughter. It's very sweet. It is a really good video. Again, just a marked improvement from the things that were happening last year. And that also that's a theme of the video too. The whole thing is kind of in reference to the fact that, like, she's had a bad 2 years, especially this year, but it started last year when she put out the album. I think that she kind of knows that she's fucked up a little bit. Now, year in performance, she did her Lifetimes tour this year from April 23rd until just very recently, December 7th. Got mixed to positive reviews. Here's the thing about the mixed reviews. It got a lot of memes. A lot of people who, like, just saw clips of the concert online were making fun of it. But I don't think that anyone who went to the tour actually had a bad time. I didn't see anyone who went saying, like, oh my god, what a waste of my money. It was kind of cringe and kind of dumb, but that's a Katy Perry concert. I mean, there's a part in the show, like, yeah, okay, there are cringe moments where she's, like, fighting with a lightsaber or whatever, and it looks stupid. There's also moments where she's, like, taking a shit. There's a part where there's a fucking toilet on stage, and she's sitting on the toilet. So it's like, well, yeah, clearly it wasn't supposed to be taken that seriously. It's a silly show, because it's Katy Perry. I mean, in the Vegas residency, she had a big talking poop coming out of a giant toilet. What did we think she was gonna do? It looked like a fun show, to be honest. She had, like, a choose your own adventure surprise song thing. I'm not totally sure how it worked, but that sounds cute. And then she revealed the set list in space, kind of. When she was in space, she had a little butterfly that had the set list on it. You really could not read what it said whatsoever, but I think that's fine because I genuinely don't understand why you would ever want to reveal your set list before the show started, like before the tour kicked off. People do sometimes, they'll reveal the track list before an album comes out, and that's kind of fun because you haven't heard the songs yet, so it's like you just see the name and you kind of, like, imagine what the songs are going to sound like. It creates that kind of hype for it. The set list, I don't want to know a set list before I go see the show. I will know the set list because unless that I'm there on opening night, I'm gonna look at spoilers. I can't keep myself away. If a show is premiering somewhere else, I'm gonna know what songs are on the set list at some point. Even if I don't know what order they come in, I'm gonna know which songs are on the set list. But if you're going to opening night, it is, like, a very exciting thing of, like, I don't know what she's gonna perform. We'll have to find out as it happens. So I just don't get why you would want to spoil that surprise for your fans by revealing the set list on a fucking little butterfly. I still don't really get what she was trying to do. And then she did the Town Festival in Brazil. She didn't do a whole lot of festivals, though, which I think is kind of a missed opportunity because festivals have kind of become the new, like, it's like how people used to do a lot of promo on, like, late night shows or morning shows because it's like a filmed thing. A lot of festivals will film the performances, so that's a way that you can get your, like, performances out to more people, but she didn't really do any festivals this year. So I don't know why. She did various interviews Zara posted Jake Shane, Capital FM, Entertainment Tonight, Jimmy Kimmel, Elle, WGN Morning News, Associated Press. She didn't do, like, it's like they're all canned interviews. Because obviously the thing that, especially at the beginning of the year, now people have kind of cooled off and don't care as much, but I know the thing that people want to ask her about is like, why'd you do an album with Dr. Luke, dummy? And yeah, the lady on Call Her Daddy asked her about it, but then Katy gave a completely bullshit, dumb answer, and she just moved on, because the Call Her Daddy lady, Alex Cooper, is literally, she just, like, those shows are just fucking PR. She's not actually trying to get to the bottom of anything, which is really frustrating. Because it's like, why are you even pretending to ask a serious question if you're not actually gonna do any follow-up and you're just gonna let her give a bullshit answer? It's just so annoying. Just do a fun, silly interview if that's what you're gonna do. And other ventures, she did become an astronaut this year. She went to space, which technically makes her an astronaut. By some people's standards. Not really by mine, but some people think that that's all it takes. So there was that. And then she did split with Orlando Bloom this year. In July is when it was, like, officially announced, but it was kind of rumored before then. They had been on and off since 2016, but then they became engaged in 2019, which, and that's the thing, too. You know, obviously everyone moves at their own pace. I've been engaged for over a year, and we've just now made actual plans very recently. But, like, when you're engaged for 6 fucking years and you don't have any sort of wedding planned, I think there's a reason that you haven't actually gotten married yet. So I wasn't totally shocked by their breakup in general. I was surprised by the timing of it, because she had been talking fairly positively about him earlier in the year, and then just very suddenly after the space flight, which Daily Mail reported that he thought was cringeworthy, and they had a huge, like, blowout fight about, then there were the rumors that they were breaking up, and then they did break up. So I don't know if that's actually, like, why they broke up, but the timing is very it's just very particular timing. But who's to say? And then she started dating Justin Trudeau, which is just I never could have predicted that. But once it happened, I was like, okay, I guess that makes sense. They are very similar, very, like, kind of peaked during a very more optimistic 2010s era of liberalism. You know, they're both figures of that era. So I was like, all right. But it is very interesting how, like, 0 to 100 they went, where, like, he was just so comfortable right away being at her shows. He dressed as the Left Shark for Halloween, which is a meme from her career. And I also have another photo as well. It's like there was no, like, they're together now. They're not, like, kind of dating. They are partners. They're moving. In a way, it's like Orlando Bloom was her Joe Alwyn, and Justin Trudeau might be her Travis Kelce, which is hilarious. The former fucking Prime Minister of Canada is just now dating Katy Perry. Oh my god, it's so funny to me. And I don't like Justin Trudeau. I don't know that much about him, because I'm not Canadian, so I never needed to pay attention. But I know enough about him to be like, okay. I mean, at this point, with the way that American politics is going, I guess I would vote for him if he ran here. He couldn't, because he isn't American. But I'm like, I guess he's a better alternative than what we've got going on at the moment. But would he be my, like, preferred leader of my country? No, probably not. Definitely not. There are many, many other people that I would rather have leading my country than Justin Trudeau. But again, it's like, well, it's better than what we have happening at the current moment, so it is what it is, I guess. But it is still just like, I have to laugh at the fact that they're together, because it's iconic in the way of it just being so fucking absurd. To go from Orlando Bloom to Justin Trudeau in a year. She kept me on my toes. I can't say that she didn't keep me entertained. And then they went Instagram official in December, but even before that, even before they were like Instagram official, they were so clearly like out in public together and doing shit together. He like, again, on Halloween he dressed as Left Shark. So they were I would say they were like publicly official before the Instagram post, but that's what we go by now. It's like when people post a photo of each other on Instagram, that's when it's like the real deal. And then Russell Brand complained about it at a Turning Point USA event with Katy's parents present, because Katy's parents are just kind of bad people. And that's something that we should kind of keep in mind about like the environment that she was raised in. Her parents have like, they've called her a devil child. They've said that she's under demonic influence. They're hanging out with her rapist ex-husband. Not that I don't know that he ever... I don't know that there were any allegations between Russell and Katy. Nothing has ever been made public, but I can't imagine that their relationship was great. I mean, Katy, after the allegations came out, there was a statement put out by someone on Katy's team basically saying that, like, look, they're not in each other's lives anymore, and she has her own experiences with him. And it's like, oh, okay. That's not great. But I guess he's still besties with her fuck-ass parents. And then some other controversy. So obviously the Blue Origin space flight, not great. Just space tourism in general, we don't love it. The Amazon Jeff Bezos Association, that's another thing too about, it's supposedly if Orlando Bloom was upset about her cringeworthy space trip, it's like, well, you went to Jeff Bezos' wedding, so... At least she went to space. At least, like, she did something that's kind of cool. I wouldn't go, personally. I would never want to go to space. But, like, at least that's, like, a thing that some people are interested in doing. You went to just a rich guy's wedding. It's literally just a celebration of wealth. And then he had his arms around two other women. And then you had just the general accusations of faux feminism because it was, like, the first all-female space flight or whatever. Who cares? She's not a real fucking astronaut. What does it matter? And then there were some AI used for the tour visuals, but those were removed shortly after, like within a week they were gone. And I do think that the defense for them was that they kind of fit with the theme of the show, that there was some theme of artificial intelligence already present in the narrative of the tour. But they did remove it pretty quickly after they got that backlash. So at least, you know, they're responsive. And then she did get into a lawsuit with an 85-year-old man over a mansion, which she was awarded $1.8 million in damages for in November. But I think they are maybe still battling to some extent. And then some notable moments. The space flight obviously was a notable moment in and of itself, but there were just moments even within the space flight because she, while everyone else was like looking outside at the Earth, Katy spent a lot of time literally just looking at the camera so that she could hold up her daisy and then hold up her set list butterfly. Now, do I blame her? No, because I would not want to look out the window myself because I would be scared. And also, they were up there for 11 minutes and everyone was like, oh my god, only 11 minutes? Yeah, 11 minutes is kind of a long time just to look at the Earth and mostly all you see is clouds. What else was there to do up there? They're not researchers. I think that there was, like, a researcher on board that was actually doing something kind of productive. Or, like, they were collecting some sort of data with the ship itself. I'm not sure. But it's like, Katy, she didn't have anything to do. She's up there for 11 minutes and just, like, you look out the window and it's like, well, there it is. There's the Earth. There's space. So she spent a good amount of time looking at herself in a camera, you know? you gotta keep yourself entertained somehow. But it was very, it's just like her, just like floating face with her little daisy. And then she came back down and people were making fun of her for kissing the ground. And I was like, okay. She went into space. I would be fucking terrified. I would kiss the ground when I came back down. I would like just fully flat on the earth, just be like, oh my god, I'm never leaving this. So I'm not gonna get on her for that. And I saw people being like, oh my god, she was only up there for 11 minutes. It's like, well, 11 minutes more than you were. You don't know how you would feel. You don't know how grateful you would be to be back on the earth. Jesus. And then Wendy's made a tweet about her, and then Kesha took a photo of herself getting Wendy's, because obviously Kesha was victimized by Dr. Luke, and Katy did that album with Dr. Luke last year, so there's some lingering feelings about that. Kesha was in the right. Wendy's should not have. It's like, what is a brand getting on a hate train for? It's just ridiculous. But Kesha, I do support Kesha. And then this is her at the Met Gala. She's not at the Met Gala. This was an AI photo, but it did get a lot of traction because it actually does look kind of realistic. And straight up, it looks kind of good. Like, AI takes so much from, like, real artists all the time. If she just recreated this... It's like, would that be considered stealing? I don't think so. A fucking robot made it. Who's gonna sue her? I think that she should make this exact outfit. Maybe a few alterations. I don't need whatever's happening here on the arm. That part can go. But other than that, it does look kind of cool. So maybe just appropriate that, get some use out of it. And then there were a lot of moments from the Lifetime store, people making fun of her. It did look like a fun show, I can't even lie. She did almost fall off of her butterfly, much like Beyonce almost fell from that big car. And then she did have her show interrupted by this motherfucker who also, this is the guy who did Ariana Grande at the Singapore Wicked premiere. So Katy did get harassed by him first. And it wasn't even just her. He also went on stage with The Weeknd, and then he also interrupted some sort of like an Olympics thing. There was like a runner that he interrupted, which is crazy. And then here's the other photo. So this is her with Justin Trudeau, and this is before they were Instagram official, by the way. That's her with Justin Trudeau and the former Prime Minister of Japan. And he posted this on his Instagram, and then he just referred to it as Justin Trudeau and his partner. It never even mentioned the fact that his partner is Katy fucking Perry. What a weird turn of events for her. Hanging out with the former Prime Minister of Japan. Because you're dating the former Prime Minister of Canada. I couldn't have predicted it. Okay, there it is. So we've got Katy and Beyonce. Now, Katy was definitely made fun of a lot more this year. But in a way, I do think that gives her somewhat of like an underdog sort of narrative. And she definitely, I would say, was in the news throughout the year more than Beyonce was. Because Beyonce just really didn't do much other than her tour. Oh, but it's close already. Katy's taking the lead, though. All right, I think we do have to call it for Katy. Are we voting for most iconic? You're voting for, like, just general pop girly of the year. Like, who commanded attention more, who added more to their lore, and is what, like, kind of evaluating their standing at the beginning of the year versus now. Which I do think, yeah, Katy kind of embarrassed herself this year a lot, but she embarrassed herself in a way that I do think people did start to find kind of endearing. So I think that she has actually set herself up pretty well for a good 2026 if she uses it well, you know? I mean, we'll see. She doesn't always make the best decisions, but I do think that she has set herself up for possibly a pretty good comeback. Because I do think that she is kind of like made herself an underdog in a sense. But all right, here we go. We got Jojo Siwa and Selena Gomez. So, Selena. Well, she released an album this year with Benny Blanco, her now husband, her lover. Reached number 2 on the Billboard 200. Got a 66 out of 100 on Metacritic, 61 on Album of the Year. And then a year-end rank on Album of the Year was 624. And then, here's the thing about the album. It was, I mean, it didn't do that well critically, and we'll see, it's not making, it's not, like, doing great on the year-end lists. But some of the songs on it actually did fairly well. Like, there are more notable songs on the album than I really thought that there were when I actually started looking at it. And I re-listened to it when it first came out. Well, okay, so when Sunset Boulevard first came out, I really liked Sunset Boulevard, and that was in my top 20 playlist that I put up. I really liked Sunset Boulevard because I just felt like there was something kind of like, there was something sort of odd about it in a way that I liked. Like, I gotta move my face down. Why am I up so high? There was something odd about it in a way that I liked, where it's like, the lyrics are kind of crazy, of her saying, like, she's basically saying, I want to like have sex with you in public and get arrested. Like, it is very weird. The lyrics are kind of crazy, but the way that she's saying it is in this very, like, disaffected tone. And I find, like, the vocal performance really interesting with the lyrics. There's something about it that's very, like, hazy and almost kind of, like, delirious in a way that I really like. So I was all in with Sunset Boulevard. And I still am. The rest of the album, when I listened to it, I was like, I just don't really care about this. This is just not very exciting. I re-listened to it while I was making these slides, and I was like, you know what? I do kind of fuck with this album. And I almost kind of think that it's an album, and I don't know how long it'll take, and I don't even know if it'll be like a really widespread consensus that people come to. But I kind of think that this is an album that people are going to look back on more fondly than they did in the moment when it came out. Because it does, I think part of the issue is that it's a little too overstuffed. It has, they could have trimmed the fat on it quite a lot, but like, it does have some pretty good songs on it. It actually is kind of an interesting album. And it has Charli XCX on backing vocals on one of the songs on Bluest Flame. And then Phineas also has writing credits on quite a few songs. And then they also released the I Love You First and You Said It Back, which is the deluxe edition, on May 2nd. But they did not really promote it at all. They didn't... I mean, Selena's been out promoting plenty of other things this year, but not really the album very much. But so... the first single was Call Me When You Break Up, which was released on February 20th, featuring Gracie Abrams. It reached number 46 on the Billboard Hot 100. Sunset Boulevard was released March 14th, reached number 97 on Billboard Hot 100. Oh, I don't know how to say this. I'm going to fuck this up. Ojos Tristes, released April 28th, featuring the Marias, which was number 56 on Billboard Hot 100. And then Scared to Love You was released February 14th. So this is where I'm like, this actually is a much more interesting album than I kind of remembered it being. These are all the singles right here. There were only 3 actual singles. And then a whole bunch of the other tracks still did get some amount of, some traction, even though they weren't technically singles. So Scared to Love You was a promotional single. So, like, promotional singles are kind of different from, like, regular singles. It's a stupid distinction, but it does kind of matter. So first promotional single, it got number 12 on the Billboard Bubbling Under. Younger and Hotter Than Me, which I actually think is a pretty interesting song about, like, Selena's time as, like, a young child star and having to grow up and not being, like, the young hot person anymore, though she is obviously still hot. That was also a promotional single, number 2 on the Bubbling Under charts, and the music video, which was set in on a set that was pretty similar to the living room in Wizards of Waverly Place, so very directly referencing her own time in the spotlight. And then Bluest Flame, this is the one featuring, well, it's not even featuring Charli XCX. She's not credited as, like, a feature, but her vocals are on it, and it does sound like a Charli XCX song. And not even, like, a specific song. Like, it sounds like a Charli XCX song. Though there are, like, a few songs where I'm like, I can see the, like, there are some specific songs where I'm like, okay, yeah, it kind of sounds like that one, but there was, like, a minute where I thought, oh, they're sampling a Charli XCX song. And then I thought of it, and I was like, well, no, this isn't, like, a specific sample. It just sounds so much like multiple Charli XCX songs that I assumed it was a sample, but it's just not. But that one got to number 7 on the Billboard Bubbling Under. It's nominated for a Grammy. And then How Does It Feel to Be Forgotten, which is also not a single, but it got to number 71 on the Billboard Hot 100. So, like, that song did pretty well for it not being promoted at all. And then Talk was a digital deluxe edition reissue song. It samples Cake's Never There. I actually do really like this one. It was teased in an iPhone commercial, and then it was a web store exclusive for a while. Eventually, when they did the reissue, they put the song on the reissue. And then they did a really cute music video, which I don't even think matches the song at all, but it's just a cute video of Benny throwing Selena, like, her own prom because she never got to go to prom, which it's just really cute. It's just a cute video of, like, Benny and Selena. I don't think it matches the song whatsoever, but it's nice that he did that. And then she released In the Dark, which is a single for, it's in promotion for some Netflix show called Nobody Wants This. I've never once seen it. It did not chart at all. And then she was featured on the Cardi B song Pick It Up, which was number 45 on the Billboard Hot 100. And then year in performance, Selena does not perform really at all anymore. I don't think that she ever, there are some performances of hers that I do think are good and some where I think that she doesn't look miserable. But it was always kind of obvious to me that performing wasn't Selena's favorite thing. And so, yeah, I think that makes sense that she didn't really do any performing and there's no tour planned for this. Which I saw some Selena fans blaming Benny Blanco for, and they're like, Benny won't let her tour. I'm like, I don't think Benny's the problem. I don't think Benny wants to tour either. But I just don't think Selena wants to tour. I mean, this is not the first album that she hasn't toured. She didn't tour Rare. She didn't tour, was that the last album she released? She hasn't toured for a long time, so your girl's not going on tour. I'm sorry. Maybe someday. Maybe, like, years and years from now if she gets an itch too. But for the most part, I think that's not something you should expect from her. And that's fine. Not everyone has to do that. But they did do, like, a Vivo extended play sessions thing, which is like an acoustic thing, I think, in their house. So, and that I think is more kind of her style of, like, she can just kind of be at home and do it. And also, she's talked before. Well, she's talked now in this last year, and I do have a mention of this later in the slides, but she very clearly, because of her lupus and I think because of the medication that she takes, it really does affect her vocal cords. So I don't even know that she's able to perform that often, like every time that she would have to perform on tour. So at some point it's like, well, then you're just signing up to go watch her lip sync, because her physical capabilities are probably going to differ day to day because of what she's dealing with her lupus. And then she did do some promotional efforts. A lot of it wasn't really, some of it was for the album and for their joint album thing, so like the interview thing where they're both together. But a lot of it is just because she has so many other things going on. So like she did Good Hang with Amy Poehler, she did Therapist with Jake Shane, she did The Jennifer Hudson Show, Jimmy Kimmel Live, Hot Ones, Apple Music with Zane Lowe, a cover of Allure magazine, The Interview magazine with Benny. But a lot of it was for other stuff. So like at the beginning of the year, she was still promoting Amelia Perez because that was an award season. Only Murders in the Building, season 5, she's in that. She also, I think she won an award for that. I might have that in a future slide. And then she reprised her role as Alex Russo in Wizards of Waverly Place season 2, where I believe that Alex died but will be coming back. Because, you know, it's a show with wizards. And then she still has her Rare Beauty line, which is a very successful cosmetics line. And they launched their first fragrance this year. So personal life, she did marry Benny on September 27th. She looks beautiful. Taylor Swift was in attendance. People care quite a lot about Taylor and Selena's friendship, so that felt like it was worthy of a mention. Now, controversies from the year. She did not invite Francia Raisa. I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but she's most known for playing Adrienne in Secret Life of the American Teenager. She gave Selena a kidney years ago, but then it does seem like they're not really close friends anymore. They had been for a while. There was a time where Selena said something about Taylor being her closest friend in the industry, and then Francia posted some comment on Instagram, and it seemed like there was maybe some sort of a feud. Not like a feud, but like just a friendship falling out. But Francia did say this year that there's no feud, that there's no, like, bad feelings between them, but it is clear that they're not close friends anymore, and I think that that's fine. I don't think that you owe someone friendship for life just because they gave you a kidney. Like, Francia gave Selena the kidney because Selena needed a kidney. And then it doesn't have to be transactional like that. It's, you don't like owe someone lifelong loyalty because they gave you a necessary life-saving organ. I feel like that's so dehumanizing to both of them. Like Francia, I don't think it's fair to say that Francia gave her that kidney with an expectation that she was gonna be invited to everything Selena did for the rest of her life. I think Francia probably gave her that kidney because she was like, well, she needs a kidney and I'm willing to give her a kidney. You know, it sort of like lessens the gesture that Francia made and makes it as if Francia was trying to do something transactionally, you know, like she wanted to get something out of it. And then also it's like it's disrespectful to Selena too, to act like because she got an organ that you need to survive, that now she like owes someone something, some like nebulous loyalty for the rest of her life. I think it's just fucking stupid. And yeah, Ophie, she did do a live stream about it. I think she did a separate video about it as well. So you can check out Ophie's commentary on that. It was very good. But yeah, I don't like the discourse around the whole Francia not being invited to the wedding and acting like that was like some terrible thing that Selena did. Like she needs to invite her friend from years ago to a wedding just because that friend like didn't let her go through dialysis for her whole life. Like I don't know, it's just I don't like it. I don't like that discourse. Anyway, there was also some continued controversies from Amelia Perez, including Carla Sofia Gascon's resurfaced tweets in which she called Selena a rich rat. And it's so funny, too, where it's like, when people found these tweets, I'm pretty sure they just scrolled. If you got cast in a movie with Selena Gomez, I mean, I guess I don't remember everything that I've ever tweeted, but I feel like if I got cast in a movie with Selena, I would just go to my own profile and search Selena to be like, did I ever talk shit about her? And then just delete it, girl. No one would have ever even known. But I guess not. But here they are at I think, the Emmys, or no, the Oscars, not the Emmys. The Oscars or the Golden Globes, one of the two, where they were being very friendly, which people were, like, making a thing about, like, oh my god, you're talking to her after she called you a rich rat, and it's like, well, what else was she supposed to do? Like, it's a very awkward situation. And she's in public and getting, like, photographed by people. Like, what was she supposed to do? Whatever. And then there was some commentary around her appearance and her voice, which I mean, she has lupus. Like, she clearly has some sort of medical thing that is going to be affecting her physically. So I don't know why this discourse has to come up so fucking often. But then Grimes went and defended her on Twitter, which did not help. But I don't even think it really fell back onto Selena that much. But immediately, as soon as Grimes was tweeting, and she's like, I don't get why everyone is talking about Selena Gomez. I think she's so beautiful. And then the replies were immediately like, you want to talk about Selena Gomez right now? You don't want to talk about how your baby daddy is a Nazi who's ruining this website? Which, fair. Fair. I can't even, like, girl, you can't tweet about anything else from now on. Your baby daddy is, like, trying to run the country. You don't get to just, like, weigh in on dumb pop culture stuff. Like, okay, yeah, you think Selena Gomez is beautiful. Is that the most pressing thing to be discussing? I don't think so. But whatever, Selena did, talk about it on an Instagram live recently, and it kind of just explained that, yeah, her throat kind of, like, swells sometimes because of the lupus and the medication that she's on, I think. And yeah, her appearance also, like, she sometimes gets kind of bloated or gets, like, you know, like, her face shape sort of changes depending on what her illness is up to. So it does just suck that it's, like, a constant point of discourse around her. And then there was some stuff with Hailey Bieber this year, so they unfollowed each other at some point in June. They either unfollowed each other or one of them blocked the other, but we don't know which. And then Selena posted onto her Instagram story in October something about, like, just leave the girl alone, because there was some interview that Hailey did where she got asked about comparisons between her beauty brand and Rare. But then it was like the interview that Hailey did, Hailey wasn't really even being shady, really. But then it seemed like Selena kind of took it that way, but then was kind of trying to come with this, like, moral high ground of, like, just stop, everyone stop, who cares what she says. And she said something about, like, it's about intelligence, not relevance or something. It was something where I was like, she didn't really shade you, so I don't really know why you're bringing it up at all. And then she deleted it, and it just sort of, you know, I'm generally pro Selena, and I don't want to, like, get into, because she definitely, for sure, there are weird hate campaigns against her online, and I don't ever want to contribute to that. But that was a moment where I was like, girl, this doesn't look good. This looks kind of pathetic that you're, like, reading Hailey Bieber interviews and, like, reading into them and seeing shade where there isn't any. It was just embarrassing. It was really embarrassing. And then she went onto Instagram and she was, like, crying about ICE raids in January. And this one really sucked for her because, like, she got attacked by the far right who were like, oh, you're upset that we're taking criminals out of the country, and it's ew. But then also the left was calling her performative because it was a little like, it was just her crying, and it did feel a little like she was trying to make it about herself and like how bad she felt. It just is like there are more productive ways to discuss the injustices of ICE raids. Like you can talk about some specific stories, you can just in general just share things that's like, this is what ICE is doing right now, instead of just going onto Instagram and being like, I'm sorry, I don't know what to do, I'm seeing people getting taken out. It's like, okay, we just, it does feel a little, I wouldn't even say performative, I would just say it felt a little like, and I'm saying this with love, it felt a little narcissistic of like, your feelings and your like sadness over it shouldn't be the focus if you're actually like really serious about talking about this issue. But I also think that like those ICE videos are horrifying. So I can completely see if she actually did just see an ICE video and started crying and like wanted to share that. Like I can totally see why in the moment she felt like that was how she wanted to express it. I think there were more productive ways for her to talk about the issue, and ways where I'm like, just if I were her PR person, I'd be like, hey girl, this is not gonna come out right for a lot of people. But I think that the emotions probably were real, because again, like it is horrifying. And especially like Selena is her I believe she was born in America, but her family is Mexican. Like she is from a line of like, I think, would that be considered a second generation immigrant? If you're, I don't know, were her parents born in Mexico? She has family in Mexico. So like she is very close to the issue of immigration. So I think that like for her, it already is a kind of more personal issue. So, you know, better ways for her to talk about it and talk about it as like a systemic thing, but also I don't think that she was being totally performative in her emotions. I think the emotions were probably real. It says her father is of Mexican descent, while her mother, who is adopted, has Italian ancestry. Gomez's paternal grandparents emigrated to Texas from Mexico in the 1970s. So her grandparents were from Mexico, but her parents, I guess, were born in America. But then, so she deleted the Instagram and then went on to Instagram later to say, apparently it's not okay to show empathy for people. And it's like, okay, again, it does kind of feel like you're victimizing yourself in this instance. You're kind of just making it about you a little bit. It's not a good look, but I also, again, understand it's just not a good look. Sometimes the big problem with Selena is that she just needs to log out. And sometimes she will do that. Sometimes she'll say that she's taking a break from social media and she's not going to post anymore, and then she'll post like 12 hours later. And it's very, very relatable. But it also is sometimes hard to watch because it's like, oh no, this is not going to go well. This is not going to go well. And then accolade she did, she got the Screen Actors Guild for Outstanding Ensemble in a Comedy Series for Only Murders in the Building. And then she got a Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards for Favorite Viral Song for Bluest Flame, the song that's not a single. But I guess it went viral or something. Maybe it was big on TikTok. And then upcoming nominations, she is nominated for Bluest Flame for Best Dance Pop Recording. Year-end list. The only year-end list she made it to was Rolling Stone at number 89. And then didn't have any songs in any year-end lists, which I thought was kind of crazy. Because again, there are good songs on that album. And she got 0% of the votes from you guys. Granted, you only had 5 albums that you could vote for. But you did not, none of you used any of those 5 votes on this album. And then notable moments, she was at the Golden Globes or the Emmys, something like that, with her co-stars for Only Murders in the Building, and at one point she looked over at Marty, and then you can definitely tell from her mouth that she says to Benny, "Oh, Marty's texting Meryl." It's very cute. And I think that this is one moment, but I do think that her, like, relationship with her co-stars from Only Murders in the Building, with Steve, with Marty Short and Steve Martin, I think that is something that people feel kind of endeared to and attached to. The fact that she has these older co-stars that she does seem to be very close with, and they are kind of, they have a sort of paternal-ish vibe around her, almost a grandfatherly-ish vibe around her, but in a way that is very cute. And then we have Jojo Siwa. So Jojo's output in music, not really as relevant to us as everything else, I'll be honest. Like, you know, in some ways us putting Jojo into the bracket is a little, like, there's some irony there. I am aware of the fact that Jojo is not in the same leagues as, like, Taylor Swift and Selena Gomez. She's not really in the same conversations, but she is a big part of pop culture, and she does make music, and I am interested in her as just a public figure. But let's be honest, are any of us listening to her music recreationally? No. Which is why I'm sure none of us noticed until I went to go look while I was putting these slides together that a whole bunch of the songs that she released this year have just disappeared from streaming and YouTube. They're just not there anymore. And there is no explanation for why. I tried to find it. I found nothing. Now, maybe they've talked about this because it's like the JoJo audience. Well, there's two JoJo audiences. There's the ones that actually like her, and that's made up mostly of kids. And then there's the audience that like her as a lol cow. There's people that just like to make hate content about her. So the people who like to make hate content about her are not really that interested in her music. The kids, they might be more interested in her music, but I'm not in those spaces whatsoever. So I don't know if maybe they have some clarity on where these songs went. But there were songs that she released at the beginning of the year that are just nowhere to be found now. And I don't know why. Then she released her Betty Davis Eyes cover, which was widely mocked. And to be completely honest, I don't think it's that bad. I think that the production on it is terrible. I don't know why they made those production choices. If they had done more of like a kind of garage band thing, I think it could have worked a lot better. But like the snippet that everyone was making fun of from the chorus is definitely the worst part of the entire song. And even that I think would have sounded better with different production. But the rest, like the verses and everything, I would say that actually she sounds better than anything she's ever released. In a lot of ways, I think Betty Davis Eyes is one of her best songs. But unfortunately, I think that her team is really kind of leaning into the rage baiting aspect of it. So it's like they were only ever advertising the part that sounded the worst. If you listen to the verses, she actually sounds kind of good. It is kind of sad, because I do think that she has like a raspy quality to her voice that I actually think could be kind of cool if she wasn't being made to make all these like little kid songs. And then there were some other songs that got released this year: Raspy, Infinity Heart, Waste of a Heartbreak, and then Message to the World, Little Drummer Girl, which is her Christmas song. And then this year she did announce her US tour, which then got indefinitely postponed. She also canceled her Chicago Pride appearance over scheduling conflicts, which a lot of people think that maybe she just didn't want to perform at the Pride event anymore because she was no longer in a lesbian relationship. She was instead a queer woman in a hetero relationship. And then she started her Infinity Hearts tour, which was mostly in like the UK and Europe from September 29th to October 15th. She is also going to she's gonna do a cruise soon. There's gonna be a Jojo Siwa cruise. I have no interest in cruises in general. Paramore did do a cruise that would have been kind of fun, but a Jojo Siwa cruise kind of sounds like a nightmare, just because it's just a ship full of children. But good for the children. I'm sure they'll have fun. And then she did a Black Friday Mall of America show hours after being hospitalized because her team does not care about her as a human being. And then promotional efforts, she appeared at the GLAAD Awards. She wore a trans rights or human rights jacket. She had the trans flag colors in her hair. She is literally always doing interviews and appearances. Even if I try to make like a highlight section of the interviews she's done, I would be overwhelmed every time, because she doesn't just pop up on my feeds often because I'm not a kid, and I also don't hate her, so I'm not like rage watching her, and I'm also not watching her just as a fan. So she doesn't pop up on my feeds very often. I have to, like, every couple weeks I'll go and I'll be like, what's Jojo up to? I want to check in on Jojo, see how she's doing. And every time I'm like, I can't fucking believe how much shit she's doing. It is just every day of her life. And sometimes it's like multiple interviews in a day. She is constantly uploading TikToks. It's like every part of her life is being filmed at all fucking times. It makes me incredibly sad. And that's why I have to keep checking in on her, because I'm worried. I'm worried. And then she did, speaking of being filmed all the time, she did Celebrity Big Brother in the UK, where she met Chris Hughes and also was a victim of a homophobic attack from Mickey Rourke, which was genuinely, when I see those clips, it is really horrifying. Like, he threatens to rape her. It's bad. And I can't believe they, like, gave him the dignity of being able to, like, bow out and be like, I'm gonna remove myself. It's like, no, you should have kicked him out right away. I just can't believe there's just no one really protecting Jojo Siwa other than maybe Chris Hughes. And this is the thing too, is like, of course she kind of fell for Chris. He was the only person defending her in that instance. He was the only person standing up for her. Oh, this poor fucking girl. And then she, in her personal life, obviously, she broke up with Kath Ebbs, started dating Chris Hughes, and her ovarian cysts burst. So, controversies. She got a lot of backlash for the Chris Hughes relationship. First, there were some cheating accusations, which I'm not really behind. I do think that, like, the way that her and Chris were acting on that show was inappropriate. And I think that if I were her girlfriend, I would definitely be upset about it. But also it's like, well, if they had even so much as made out on the show, we would have known about it because she was being filmed all the time. That's the point of Big Brother, is there's cameras on you all the time, even in the bathroom. So, like, if she had cheated, if she had actually, like, hooked up with Chris, we would have known about it. But even then, I'm like, I just don't really care that much because she was only with Kath for like 5 fucking months. They weren't even together for a year. It's just not that serious of a relationship for me to be like, oh my god, I can't believe she betrayed Kath like that. It's like they just started dating, essentially. Whatever. And then she said the whole thing on the show where she said, fuck the L, I'm queer, which a lot of people took as a lesbophobic thing that she said. I don't think that she meant it that way. I think that she was just being filmed constantly, and sometimes when you're talking, you say things that comes out kind of wrong. That whole thing was still so ridiculous to me. And then people also got upset about the fact that she said that she was never really a lesbian in the first place, like people pressured her into identifying herself as a lesbian, even though when she first came out, she identified as pansexual, which if you go back and you look at her earliest interviews when she was coming out, that is how she was talking about it. She's like, I don't really just feel like a lesbian, I feel like I'm pansexual because I'm attracted to anybody. It doesn't really matter their gender to me. But then, yeah, people did just kind of stick this label on her, and then people I guess now people are upset that she's saying that she felt pressured to identify as a lesbian, and she's like, oh, now you're just throwing us under the bus and saying that we made you identify as a lesbian. I'm like, yeah, but if you look at the history of what happened, that is essentially what happened. Not that anyone forced her to do it, but that, like, because she was dating girls at the time, people just assumed that she was a lesbian, and so she started kind of leaning into it, because she's like, I guess that's what I am. She's so young, too, and that's kind of what I think is so crazy about the backlash she keeps getting. Is like, we're acting like she's like a 40-year-old woman who has it all figured out or something, but she clearly doesn't. She's a baby adult, and even within, like, the baby adultness of it, even with her just actual literal age, the fact that she's like 22, 23 right now, she's just now getting to, like, the area where I would say that she's even properly an adult. She clearly has, like, a kind of like arrested development situation. She's under the thumb of her mother, clearly still. She grew up in this incredibly predatory industry where, as a kid, like, she was on Dance Moms, she's never escaped it. She is still being treated like a kid by the people around her. Can we give the child a little bit of fucking grace here? My God. And then there were the trad wife allegations because of the Betty Davis eyes photo shoot, which is so fucking stupid. You catch Jojo Siwa on a random day and look at what she's wearing and look at the way that she's styling herself. Tell me if you think that looks like a trad wife to you. Come on, be fucking serious. And then there was some VIP package backlash. That one actually was, that one was kind of deserved. They were charging $900 for this VIP package where, if you bought the package, you would be like setting up for her shows. You would like be doing the sound check stuff with her. You were paying $900 to work for her, which was crazy. Gene Simmons has done it too, so it's not even like she's the only person that's ever done it. And also, again, I don't even think that she's really in control of all that stuff. I think that her mom really is the one making those decisions. But yeah, okay, it was stupid. She deserved backlash for that, just in the way of, like, people needed to kind of put their foot down and be like, hey, you can't do that. You can't charge people to work for you. That's crazy. But then here are some notable moments. Oh, wait, where did the other one go? Okay, notable moments. There was this outfit, which was kind of iconic. She looks like she would be in that Everything Everywhere All at Once movie with, like, the bagel, like the everything bagel. She's got some looks. I'll say that. Then there were a lot of moments on the Big Brother thing. I honestly, like, I found her very endearing on that show. When she's not being surrounded by her team and not doing the promo that her team wants her to do and she's just hanging out, I do find her pretty likable, honestly. But here's her and Chris. They're about to pee in a litter box. And then there was this. I did have to put it in there because it was a notable moment. I almost put it as the photo. I originally had it as the photo for the personal life, but I was like, I had it as controversies, I think. But I was like, I just can't look at it for long enough to, like, talk about each point on the slide. I can't look at it that long. It creeps me out, but I did have to put it in here. It's, oh my God. I mean, it's fine. It's like, it's nice. He's just saying that he's just calling her Sleeping Beauty. Ooh, I don't know. It's really, I don't like looking at it. And then she named Chris's balls Jimmy and Timmy, and then dressed up. This is her Halloween costume. She made him wear a shirt that said, like, Jimmy, and hers said Timmy, and she had these, like, flesh-colored exercise balls, because they were balls for Halloween. So that was something. And then she was hospitalized. I can't get over this. I know I mentioned it in one of the other slides. I cannot get over the fact that within hours of her getting out of the hospital, they had her performing while she was still, like, in pain. She's still just so under the thumb of her mother and still so under kind of the spell of her mother. She in interviews, she talks about how much she loves her mom, and I'm like, it's gonna be a while. before she realizes how bad some of this is. It's gonna be a while before she is able to, like, unpack and process how abusive her situation has been throughout her entire life. It's really awful, and it sucks to have to watch and sit through, but that's why I have to check in on her every couple weeks just to see how it's going, see if she's okay. Not that I can do anything about it, but I need to know. And then this posted earlier today, and this is where, again, I'm like, her fucking team is rage baiting, and it's really pissing me off. Jojo shared a photo of her transformation ahead of the new year. Beautiful year, if you ask me. Couldn't count all the highs if you asked me to. So the girl who entered 2025, the girl who is exiting. So really playing into the, like, the trad wife transformation trope thing. There's no way that her team doesn't know what they're doing with this. Because it's like, that's what all the comments are like. I was like, oh my god, this is Jojo Siwa and Trump's America. And it's like, she doesn't even look like that on a normal day. I mean, this is what she looked like when she was getting hospitalized. She's got these, like, huge pockets. Like, she looks pretty gay. And then they choose one of the most, like, feminine photos of her. They know exactly what they're doing. And they're playing into it. And it's gross. But okay, that's it. So Jojo versus Selena. Oh, shit. I'm gonna go grab some chapstick. I'll be right back. Alright, well, Jojo's winning. Not by a lot. This one is definitely pretty close. I do definitely think that, like, Jojo was heavier on the meta-narrative this year. Selena is for sure a more bona fide pop star. But, I mean, I think I do have to call it for Jojo. All right, Jojo's going to the next round. All right, sorry, Selena. But I do think that album holds up better than people expected. But we'll see. I mean, it only came out this year, so we'll see how it ages. All right, now on to Sabrina. So, year in music. She released the Short and Sweet Deluxe Edition on February 14th with the new song Busy Woman, and also Please 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 remix featuring Dolly Parton. I didn't love it. I do love Dolly Parton, but I just didn't really like that version. And then Man's Best Friend was released on August 29th. It was #1 on the Billboard 200. Got a 75 out of 100 on Metacritic, a 71 out of 100 on Album of the Year, It ranked 558 in the year-end rank for Album of the Year. And it also, again, similar, when people try to act like Sabrina is this person who's being like controlled by her label or whatever, and there's like this team of men behind her success. Like with Addison Rae, the album was produced with a fairly small group of people, and Sabrina is credited as a producer on the album alongside Jack Antonoff and John Ryan. This was a kind of like homegrown project. She said that it felt like they were just in a band. So this is, again, not an album that like got passed around the label and given to all the like big name producers. It is something that it seems that Sabrina worked on fairly independently with a small group of collaborators. And then Man Child, the first single, was released on June 5th. It went number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100. It had a music video with 37 outfit changes, which is insane. Tears was then released on August 29th with the album. It was the single that came out alongside it. Peaked at number 3 on the Billboard Hot 100. Had a music video with Coleman Domingo. Had alternating endings. I don't know at this point. I think if you watched it now, it would probably just have the one ending, but there was a minute where they kept changing the endings, which is like a smart idea to like get people to keep coming back to the video, you know, to see like what's the new ending today. Then she very recently released a new bonus track, which I haven't even listened to yet. It's called Such a Funny Way on Christmas Eve. Haven't heard it whatsoever. But I'll listen to it soon. And then My Man on Willpower. So a lot of these are not singles, but they still did pretty well. My Man on Willpower got to number 15 on Billboard Hot 100. Nobody's Son got to number 12. When Did You Get Hot to number 17. Then The Life of a Showgirl, which is her song on the album The Life of a Showgirl with Taylor Swift. That got to number 8 on the Billboard Hot 100. It is the only feature on The Life of a Showgirl. And Taylor doesn't do a whole lot of features in general, so that is definitely a pretty big deal. Even if it's not the greatest Taylor Swift album, I do think that's one of the better songs on the album, for sure. Then, year in performance, she continued her short and sweet tour. It ended November 23rd. It was her first arena tour. She added some Man's Best Friend songs to the set list after the album's release, including Manchild, House Tour, and Tears. There were a lot of gimmicks throughout the show, so like she had a changing bodysuit with this reveal. That was really fun. There was the Spin the Bottle surprise song, new Juno position every night, and then she would arrest celebrities or other like public figures in the audience for being too hot. That was the like gimmick. That was why people were being arrested, is they're just too hot. Then she also performed at the Grammy Awards. She did Espresso and Please, Please, Please. She performed at the Brit Awards and did Espresso and Bedchem. Saturday Night Live, she did Manchild and Nobody's Son. And then the MTV VMAs, she did Tears and showed support for the trans community, which we do love. Then she did quite a few music festivals, which again, I think a lot of the girls are kind of moving to doing a lot of music festivals because those are often filmed. So it's a good way to promote your shit and get your live performances out to as big an audience as possible. So she did the BST Hyde Park Festival with Duran Duran. She did the Primavera Sound Festival. She did Austin City Limits with Shania Twain and the Chicks. Then she did Lollapalooza with Earth, Wind, and Fire. Which is like really significant too, because like Sabrina is one of those girls, and Addison is one of those girls too, where it's like you can just tell how much they appreciate other artists and how much respect they have for music in general and the history of music and the history of pop music. So every time she does like a feature like that or does like some sort of collaboration, it always feels very earned of like, yeah, I know that this girl knows her shit. She knows this work by these other people. Promotional efforts, she hosted SNL on October 8th. She did a Met Gala appearance. She also had a Fortnite skin. She did various interviews, CBS Sunday Mornings, the Late Night with Seth Meyers, where they did the day drinking segment, which was really cute. She did Nardwuar, which is fun. Interview Magazine, Vogue Magazine, Rolling Stone, etc. And then she also released a new fragrance, the lemon pie fragrance, and she recorded a PSA for the New York City subway, which I had questioned before because she had gotten 2 votes for mayor of New York, and I was like, does she even live in New York? She does. Which I think is nice. I do kind of think that she is like a New York City girly, but I just, for whatever reason, I thought she only lived in California, but I think it makes sense for her to be in New York. Now, controversies throughout the year. The Man's Best Friend album cover, obviously, which we have discussed at length. We did a whole stream dedicated to it, essentially. Then there was the Lolita controversy, which technically that photo shoot happened in 2024, but people only really cared about it after the Man's Best Friend album cover controversy happened, because it's just a part of the pile-on, you know? It wasn't even, when it happened, no one really cared, but when they could use it as an opportunity to be like, look, see, she is bad, then people were like, oh, okay, hell yeah. And then there was just controversy around her, like, displays of sexuality on tour, this idea that, oh, she has young people in the audience, so, you know, I guess that means that she has to tailor all of her performances to the youngest people in the crowd. Okay. Especially people were upset about some of the Juno positions, including, obviously, the Eiffel Tower position. And then there was her battle with the White House over their use of the song Juno, because they put Juno into some ICE propaganda video. It was horrifying. It is a disgusting video of them just arresting people. And being, like, violently arresting them, like, throwing people to the ground. It's awful. And she pushed back on it. She replied to their tweet and said, like, do not use my music for your disgusting, inhumane agenda. They then clapped back with some stupid-ass tweet. They then deleted the video, and then they put out another video where they had her and the guy who plays Domingo in SNL, they took a clip of them, which that felt so disgusting. Number one, for them to again be using her and her image for something that she has very vocally said she does not support. But then also Domingo, he is also like a Latino, he's like the Latino person on SNL. So the fact that they used a clip of her and him together, I forget what that guy's name is. He is very talented though, so I apologize for not knowing his name. But using a clip of him too, that felt really pointed, of like their war against Latina and Latino people. It's just so disgusting. But you know what? I'd rather her be at war. Yeah, Marcelo. I'd rather her be at war with the White House than not be at war with the White House, because fuck the White House. And fuck this administration, and I'm glad that she was so fucking quick to speak out against them using her song. And then there was some man-child ableism discourse, because there's a line in the song about, she says, is it stupid or is it slow? Which slow is an ableist term. It is one of those terms where it's like, I think that it's like lame. Like, sometimes I'll say things are lame, and I do know that there's like an ableist history to it, but I think that the history, it's so at a distance from its original use that, like, when I say lame, I assume that people aren't gonna make that connection, that they're not gonna think of it as, because you wouldn't it's not a medical term anymore. It's not something that you would ever use to describe someone with a disability currently. Slow, I think there's maybe a little bit more of a recent history of slow being used to talk about intellectual disabilities, but it also is at a distance enough that I think most people probably don't hear it that way when they hear it. So I'm like, with that discourse, I get both sides of it, of like, it just, it's a little too close for comfort for me, but I can understand why she would put it out and not think about it that way. So it doesn't, like, ruin the song for me, but when I first heard it, I was like, ugh, I would have maybe used a different word, but, you know, it is what it is. And that was definitely one of the smaller parts of points of discourse around her this year. And then another smaller point of discourse, there was some criticisms of her SNL performance of Nobody's Son, because it was, like, karate themed. And I don't know enough about the whatever specific, like, cultural thing that she was referencing. I'm not sure about it, but Rina Sawayama did call it out on her Instagram story. Rina Sawayama was really the only person that I saw talking about it, which I thought was interesting, because, I don't know, I feel like those kind of conversations were a lot more common a few years ago, so I'm almost wondering if it's, like, just something of, like, you know, bigger fish to fry, you know? I in the current socio-political environment, the conversations about, like, cultural appropriation are just one of the lesser things for us to be super concerned about at the moment. But I still think that, like, I understand why other people were upset about it, but it's interesting to me that I feel like she would have gotten more backlash for that maybe in, like, the late 2010s, but the mid 2020s, we got bigger battles. And then accolades, she did win a Brit Award for Global Success. And then the Grammy Awards, Best Solo Pop Performance, Best Pop Vocal Album. I think those are both deserved. iHeartRadio Music Awards, Pop Song of the Year. MTV Video Music Awards, Best Visual Effects. And then Nickelodeon Kids' Choice Awards, Best Female Breakout Artist, or Favorite Female Breakout Artist, and then Favorite Song and Favorite Artist. Oh, come on. And then upcoming nominations, she's got a nomination for record. She got her album in, like, really right under the line. She released Man's Best Friend, like, right before the cutoff for the Grammys, which I assume was probably intentional. So we got Record of the Year for Manchild, Album of the Year for Man's Best Friend, Song of the Year for Manchild, Best Pop Solo Performance for Manchild, Best Pop Vocal Album for Man's Best Friend, Best Music Video for Manchild. Personally, I mean, I like the album. I don't think it's Album of the Year, so I don't want it to win Album of the Year. Manchild is definitely not my favorite song off the album, so it's just, I don't really want Manchild to win anything either, but I do think Manchild should win for Best Music Video. So I if she doesn't win that, I'm probably going to be kind of annoyed. But I also don't know. I haven't watched all the videos that are nominated, but that video is just so fucking good. Other than that, I don't need her to win any of these awards, but I do still love you, Sabrina. Year-end list, she got a few. Pop Matters at number 57. The Guardian at number 44. Consequence, formerly known as Consequence of Sound, but now they just go by Consequence, at number 31. Los Angeles Times at 16. Rolling Stone at number 13. And then Billboard at number 6. Songs of the year, she got Manchild on a few. Paste, Complex, Pitchfork, Rolling Stone, Billboard. When Did You Get Hot, which is my favorite song off the album. That's Stereo Gum at number 21. Tears, Business Insider at number 15. House Tour, NME at number 34. Nobody's Son, Billboard at number 45. And then Fader at 41. With Y'all, she ranked number 3 for Albums of the Year. She got 6.9% of the votes. And then notable moments in the music video for Please, Please, Please. I feel like people forgot about this because it was so early in the year. But they do have, it's a continuation of the first Please, Please, Please music video. But now they've got someone in the back of the car tied up with something around their head. Seemingly maybe being a reference to Barry Keoghan no longer being in Sabrina's life because they broke up. Then she looked hot as fuck with Jenna Ortega after the Met Gala. And then her final arrest for the tour was Miss Piggy, which is perfect. I mean, look at them. Mother and daughter. Mother. Daughter. And she also had some good clapbacks on social media throughout the year. So this one, she said, I signed some copies of Man's Best Friend for you guys, and here's a new alternate cover, approved by God. So that was funny. She also, at one point, someone said something about, like, someone tweeted, does Sabrina Carpenter have a personality outside of sex? And she replied to them directly and said, yes, girl, and it's good. So she's pretty fun on social media. She doesn't tweet that often, but when she does, it is good. And then we have the person she's going up against, which is Jade, which, you know, I do have a feeling about who's gonna win, but let's give Jade her flowers, because she did have a good year. Now, for the most part, Jade really didn't pop off in America. Most of her success was in the UK, which is where she operates out of. She is, if you didn't know, one of the members of Little Mix. This is her first solo album. So that Showbiz Baby released September 12th. It did not chart at all on the US Billboard, but it got an 85 out of 100 on Metacritic, and 82 out of 100 on Album of the Year, ranked number 26 on the year-end rank for Album of the Year. That doesn't make any sense to me, though, because Addison Rae had like a 72 out of 100 on Album of the Year, and then she ranked like 12. So I don't know how their rankings work at all, whatsoever. But okay, that's what Album of the Year said, so that's what I'm going to go with. It's her first album as a solo artist. There were 5 singles, but it was a visual album, so even though there were only 5 singles, there's videos for every song. Some of them are listed as like a visualizer, but they're not like a typical visualizer. They are like essentially just a music video. And I actually think she's kind of fucking herself over by marketing them as visualizers, because I think a lot of people don't click on the videos because they don't think that they're going to be music videos, but they are. Whatever. And then she released the deluxe edition, the Encore, on December 5th. I do think she maybe should have waited a little longer, but maybe she wanted to have the Encore out before they did the tour. But it is pretty close, like September to December, for what is essentially a whole new album. There's 8 new songs. She said that those will all have videos as well. She's going to continue to do videos for everything, to have a visual album. And then she also was featured in the Tonight remix with Pink Pantheress. I was trying to keep the like song specific bullets to stuff that like charted or was otherwise significant, but because none of them charted in the US, I was like, what am I gonna do? I'm just gonna list all the songs, especially because she made music videos for all of them. But then, year in performance, she performed at the 2025 Brit Awards in February. Incredible performance. She did Angel of My Dreams. Then she did Angel of My Dreams for the Today Show in September. That was her only US TV performance. It was pretty low-key, and it's also not it's not on her YouTube channel, and it's not on the Today Show's YouTube channel. Some other random channel has just uploaded it, so you can watch it, but otherwise it's not really like promoted at all. So, BBC Proms concert. She also did various festivals, so the BBC Radio 1, Capital Summertime Ball, Glastonbury, Montreux Jazz Festival, and then she just started her tour in October. She will be, I really do wonder if she's gonna start doing more US promo around like February, or maybe after her tour is done, because she comes to the US to do the US dates in February, and then the tour ends after March. So plenty of time for her to do more US promo, but she definitely didn't do much this year. She did do various interviews. She did NME. The only like US interview, or she did a few US interviews, but the most prominent one was the Late Night with Seth Meyers. She did some radio stuff. She did do ABC News, so that was another US one. And then she did this performance art thing in a glass box for Spotify Wrapped, which was cool. Accolades, she did win the Brit Award for Best Pop Act. And then year-end list, she made it to Pop Matters, The Sunday Times, Rolling Stone, Stereo Gum, The Independent, NME, The Guardian, and The Fader. Songs, she got listed for Pitchfork, NME, Guardian, Paste, and then Fuck You For Now, Stereo Gum. So she is, she's starting to gain some traction over here, but definitely didn't do a whole lot of US promo. With You Guys, she was tied at number 8 for Album of the Year with Ethel Cain and Rosalia with 3.2% of the votes. And then for notable moments, I don't have much, but this is her Halloween costume. She was I forget the gremlin's name, but one of the gremlins from Gremlin 2, the girl gremlin. She looks great. So there it is. There's Sabrina and Jade. Yeah. I'm not shocked. We gotta call that one for Sabrina. But we do hope to see you next year, Jade. Oops, shit. All right, then we have Demi Lovato versus Kesha. So, year in music. Her album, It's Not That Deep, released October 24th. It reached number 9 on the Billboard 200. It got an 82 out of 100 on Metacritic, a 76 out of 100 on Album of the Year. Ranked number 421 on the year-end rank for Album of the Year. 3 singles, 3 videos. I really like this album, and I also kind of forgot that it happened. She just has not promoted this whatsoever. What a great album cover, though. Let's all admire that for a second. But yeah, she didn't promote this. I think they kind of were promoting it at the beginning, but it was mostly like internet stuff and her leaning into like the internet memes, which I do think was like a good move for her, especially like as like the intro for the album era. But then they just fully stalled out after that, to the point that like people, staff members on Billboard, were talking about it during their podcast and was like, why is she not servicing this? Why is she not sending this? Why hasn't she sent any of the songs to radio? Not even her, but they were saying like her team. They're like, why hasn't her team sent any of the songs to radio? Why did she not get to perform at the VMAs? She definitely could have performed at the VMAs if her team had like made the effort to reach out and get her a slot. Why did she not do any late night shows? They really did fuck up, because this was a pretty good album. And they didn't do anything with it. So Fast released August 1st. It went number 15 on the Bubbling Under charts. It had a music video with a lot of references to the memes, and that's where I'm like, this is kind of like a good start, you know? Bubbling Under is not necessarily where you want to be when you're Demi Lovato, when you were like a huge pop star in the mid-2010s, but it's also fine, you know? It's a place to start, to grow the momentum. And the music video referencing all the memes and all the meme references throughout the year with the TikToks and the just general her acknowledging stuff in interviews. That was good. That endeared a lot of people. They were excited. And then it just didn't go very further after that. So Here All Night was released September 12th. It did not chart at all. Not even on the Bubbling Under. Kiss was released October 10th. It got some discourse, some discussions sparked from it because of the comparisons to Charli XCX, which also then contrasted with comparisons to her previous work, because I do kind of see the Charli XCX inspiration, like, kinda. I do think it sounds maybe sort of similar to Guess, but I also think it sounds similar to stuff she's done previously. So people saying that she was copying Charli XCX, to me, I'm like, this is also just the lane that Demi Lovato was in 10 years ago. So I thought that whole discussion was kind of dumb. But okay, whatever. At least it gets her talked about. But that song also just did not chart at all. Not even on the Bubbling Under. And some of the stuff, when I say it didn't chart, I mean, like, it didn't chart on Bubbling Under or the Hot 100. Some of it still did make it to, like, you know, the dance charts and stuff. But we gotta think about the general public. Then Year in Performance. I mean, she's gonna tour next year, so we'll see what happens with that. But other than that, she didn't do that much. She did an appearance on the Jonas Brothers tour. She did a Hollywood Palladium show on October 25th. She did a performance in Roku City. And then she did a BBC Live lounge performance. But other than that, not a whole lot. No late night performances, no big festival performances. I don't know what their problem was. And then she did some interviews. She did Chicks in the Office, Apple Music with Zane Lowe, Just Trish, Las Culturistas, iHeartRadio, and then ABC News. The ABC News is the one that's the most, like, kind of general public-ish, but the rest of these, that's like a radio interview, and then these are just fucking podcasts. So it's like they kept it to kind of like the internet space, but that's... You gotta do more than that, girly. And then she did do a paper magazine cover, which is nice, and then she did a lot of TikToks, but I guess they were really just counting on the internet hype bumping it up, but it's like people on the internet just don't have that kind of attention span. Then another venture, she was in a movie called Toe, which premiered at the Tribeca Film Festival. Haven't really heard anything about it. I don't know if it's gonna get released. I'm sure it'll get released in a more wide way maybe next year, but it got good reviews, so. And then personal life, she did get married this year to Jordan Lutz, who I think is a singer-songwriter, and he might be in a band. This is the same thing to me. He's like this kind of the same genre of person, even just looking at him, as Miley Cyrus's now fiance. But both of them, I'm like, I think they're both in bands or they're both in music somehow. I don't know fuck about them. Just absolutely nothing. And then Year Endless, she made it to Rolling Stone. That was it. Didn't make any songs on the year-end list, so that sucks. And then with Y'all, she was tied at number 16 for Jenny. She had 0.7% of the votes. Now, notable moments, she did have a lot of moments with her memes. So this is her recreating Poot for Halloween. That was pretty fun. She also did go back to the frozen yogurt store that she once was very triggered in, and then made a bad TikTok about it that kind of put the yogurt store on blast just because of some, like, I don't even remember, some, like, sugar-free options that they had. And that was, like, I understood because she did get triggered by her eating disorder, but it's like, you shouldn't have taken it out on the yogurt shop. And then she did the performance with the Jonas Brothers. She also did, like, a TikTok with them, and that is pretty significant for the fact that, like, she used to date Joe Jonas, so, you know, there's a lot of feelings there. There's a lot of lore. And the lore continues with her executive producing Camp Rock 3. That will be released next year, but we did get this nice photo of her in the executive producer chair. So it does feel like she is embracing her past in a way that's nice to see. Would have been nice to see on a more public stage, but oh well. And then there also was this viral video of her taking a photo with a fan where she's, like, partying at a club, and then she, like, sees that someone is taking a photo, and then she just kind of, like, locks in, and she does look incredible. She looks so fucking hot. So that was Demi's year. And then we have Kesha. So Period released July 4th. Number 17 on the Billboard 200, which is pretty good. This is her first album as an independent artist. Got 71 out of 100 on Metacritic, 65 out of 100 on Album of the Year. Ranked number 620 for Album of the Year, year-end ranks. It had 5 singles, 2 music videos. And this is where I'm like, I do think that, like, you needed more music videos, girly. But again, this is her first album as an independent artist, so it's like she's paying for all of this, so the expectations are a little fucking different. And especially towards the end, she wasn't getting a whole lot of support from her label, because she was kind of at war with them. So, you know, I don't think that Kesha has a whole lot of money to just be putting into her promo like some people do, because there are other people that are also independent artists, but that just didn't get so fucked over by their label so that they have more money to pay for this shit themselves in the first place. Kesha's not really in that boat. But then the deluxe edition was released on July 8th, which is 4 days later. That's a little soon for a deluxe edition, but that's okay. And then there are a lot of features. So T-Pain, Jade, Rose Gray, Slater, A.G. Cook, some good people on the album. And then she also released the and a 15th anniversary edition of Animal and Cannibal on November 21st. I don't really know what the anniversary edition, I didn't listen to it, so I don't know if it's different, if there are more songs on it, or if it's literally just a repackaging. I'm not quite sure. And then she also released a song called Tennessee with Orville Peck in September. And also it features Hudson Mohawk and Taylor Parks. And then she had the Tits Out tour, co-headlined with the Scissor Sisters that started July 1st. It is ongoing. Opening acts include Slater, Rose Gray, and the Venga Boys. And she also performed Yippee-Ki-Yay with T-Pain at the Stagecoach Festival. But other than that, she didn't do a whole lot of festivals. I do think, and again, I don't know what her resources at this point look like with her being a newly independent artist, but I definitely would have liked to see her do more festivals. But the tour looks really cool. It looks really good. So she did some interviews. So she did the Jennifer Hudson show, the Drew Barrymore show, the Reclaiming podcast with Monica Lewinsky, Conan O'Brien Needs a Friend, the Kelly Clarkson show, Sirius XM, and then she also did the cover of Cosmopolitan and Paper Magazine, and she got a TikTok dance, like her song TikTok. It now has a dance on Fortnite, I guess. I don't go there, but... And then she did release an app this year. I haven't really heard much about the app, if it's, like, doing well, if it's helpful for people, but it's an app that is meant to connect musicians for collaborations with one another without, like, having to go through a label, which, as a newly independent artist, is definitely something that I understand why she's interested in. So, that's really cool. I hope that hopefully it does well and this is helpful for people. But I don't know. I haven't really heard much about it. But I wouldn't hear much about it because if it's an industry thing, who knows? Maybe in like a year or something we'll hear people say like, oh yeah, we connected on Smash on Kesha's app. That would be cool. It'd be good promo. And then the audience album poll, she tied for number 10 with Florence and the Machine. She got 2.46% of the votes. She didn't make any year-end lists at all, neither the album or any of the songs. And then she didn't get nominated for any Grammys or anything either. So, yeah. Definitely, she is... I mean, she's doing well, considering the fact that, like, she really did get fucked over by her former label and is now a newly independent artist without a whole lot of support from any sort of external source. So she is doing well, but it does kind of just suck to not see her recognized in any sort of, like, year-end lists. But, you know, it is what it is. Notable moments, the Katy Perry Wendy's moment. She also showed her support for Cassie, and then Cassie showed support for her as well during the Diddy trial. She has now switched her song at the beginning of TikTok from being, you know, woke up feeling like P. Diddy to woke up like fuck P. Diddy. So, I wonder, is that on the anniversary edition? Is that version now, like, officially re-recorded, or is she just doing that live? And then on her Tits Out tour, she does have, like, a fake head of herself that I do see in a lot of clips. It looks pretty cool. And I like it. I like it as an aesthetic. She also, this is the woman from Teen Mom who had the whole thing about how she couldn't go to some important court appearance because she had tickets to a Kesha concert. And so they recreated her little speech on TikTok together. It was very cute. And also, Kesha is a lifelong little monster, and her and Gaga are friends, but, and this is more of a personal thing for me, that's why I included it, because I am also a little monster, so I connect to Kesha in this way, but it was very nice. There was a lot of love that Gaga got from a lot of different artists this year, but Kesha was kind of the one that, like, brought Gaga up a lot in, like, multiple interviews, and I love their connection, and I love their friendship. That's her, I think, at Coachella. Someone just took a photo of her, like, in the pit, just with her paws up. Little monster for life. So I love that. And I'd love to see them together more. That's the thing, too, is, like, I'd love it if Gaga did something with Kesha, because I feel like with Kesha now being independent, she could use a boost, you know, from a big mainstream artist, and they are friends, so get the girl on a song, Gags. But let's go to our poll. Okay. Demi took the lead for a second, but Kesha does seem to be holding strong now. Alright, yeah, Kesha's gaining more ground. Oh, well. Yeah. I think I might have to call it for Kesha. I do definitely think that, like, Demi probably did better with a general public this year. Like, she at least, like, the memes and stuff got some traction. But I do think that, like, with Kesha being an independent artist, she kind of has she's got, like, a handicap that Demi doesn't really have. Demi, I just don't even understand what her team is fucking doing. I don't get it. Kesha, I'm like, well, yeah, she's doing this all herself. The fuck do you expect from her? Alrighty. Ariana. So, Year in Music. Eternal Sunshine, the deluxe edition, Brighter Days Ahead, was released March 28th. 6 new songs, which is why I put it on the straw poll, because there were some deluxe editions that came out this year that just had a few more songs, where I was like, okay, I'm not going to count that as a new album. 6 new songs, I was like, alright, you're in new album territory. I'll let that be considered a 2025 album. So I did put that in the straw poll. You were able to vote for it. And then she also released the Brighter Days Ahead short film on March 28th, which is, when the album came out. 26 minutes. It had intro, End of the World, which there was also, so there was an intro to the original album. Now there's like a new intro that's roughly the same, but a little more biting in a way. A lot of the album did have to do with her divorce. And for the most part, it doesn't seem like it was a super contentious divorce, but there was definitely a vibe for this new deluxe edition, this new re-release, where it did feel a little bit like, and another thing. Like, she went a little harder on her ex this time than she did the first time. But for the most part, it still does seem like a mostly amicable split. And then the video also did have Eternal Sunshine, Daisies, and then Twilight Zone. Twilight Zone is the new single from this new version of the album it made it to number 18 on the Billboard Hot 100, and then Supernatural, which was on the original track list, which is a great song. Then also there's, of course, the Wicked soundtrack, which was released November 21st. It reached number 2 on the Billboard 200. I think it might have broken some sort of record for a musical soundtrack or something, but I don't know what record it was. She is featured in 6 of the songs, because she's one of the characters. And then Year in Performance, she did do the 2025 Oscars performance with Cynthia Erivo, and then she did the Wicked One Wonderful Night thing on November 6th, and then also there was a live album for that. Then promotional efforts. This is the thing, is that, like, most of the promo she did this year was just for Wicked and not really for her own independent music, but still, it's music related. It's a musical. So she did a lot of interviews. So Actors on Actors, Vanity Fair, Lie Detector Test with Bo and Yang, The Drew Barrymore Show, The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon. She also hosted Saturday Night Live. She was incredible. I do think she was the best host this year. And I listen, Lady Gaga and Sabrina Carpenter both hosted this year. And I love Lady Gaga. And I also think that Sabrina Carpenter is incredibly talented as a comedic actress. But I do think Ariana had the best SNL gig. Granted, she was there for Bowen's last show, so that was already more significant, and she was also there for the Christmas, like, the show right before Christmas, which is always, like, one of the biggest shows of the year. So she had, I think the writers were a little bit more, they had their head in the game a little more for her show, but she did great as a host. And then she also attended a lot of premieres for Wicked. And then Other Ventures, Wicked for Good was released November 21st. It had mixed reviews, but it had the second biggest opening of 2025. I think the first was the Minecraft movie, but I'm not sure. But kids' movies always do really well. And then she has her Rem Beauty. I don't hear much about Rem Beauty, but I do hear about it every once in a while. So I think it's doing okay. Not as well as Rare Beauty. Maybe it's doing as well as House Labs, but I hear more about House Labs just because I'm a little monster, so I pay more attention to it. And then Personal Life, I think she's still with Ethan Slater, but there's rumors about them breaking up, but nothing's confirmed. And then she is just in a continued codependent friendship with Cynthia Erivo, which we love. Not necessarily the codependent part, you know, that could maybe be a little unhealthy, but we do just love their friendship. And apparently Cynthia's going on tour with her. Is Ethan going on tour with her? I don't know. But Cynthia is. And then the controversies, there's the body discourse that we will not be getting into a whole bunch, but, you know, there were conversations about it. And then there was the Brazil premiere appearance that got canceled. I mean, the premiere still went forward, but she was not able to make it because of some issues with her flight. She couldn't get a flight out there, and she released like 2 statements on Instagram and then also recorded something for the Brazil premiere itself. And then Accolade, she won favorite soundtrack. You know, her and other people won favorite soundtrack at the iHeartRadio Music Awards, and then she did win at the VMAs Video of the Year, Best Long Form Video, and Best Pop Video. And then at the Nickelodeon's Kids' Choice Awards, she won favorite music artist and favorite song from a movie. Upcoming nominations, she's nominated for some stuff for Wicked. So Best Pop Duo/Group Performance for Defying Gravity with Cynthia Erivo. Kind of crazy that that's nominated this coming year. Like, I guess it kind of makes sense because it does make sense because the movies came out in November. But we perhaps will still be getting nominated for Wicked for Good in the 2027 Grammys. And then Best Compilation Soundtrack for Visual Media for Wicked. Year-end list, nothing for the album, which does kind of just make sense because it was a deluxe edition, so I think a lot of people just didn't count it as an album. But then the song Twilight Zone did make it to Billboard's Songs of the Year at number 48. Now, you guys ranked it was tied at number 14 with Ashnikos, I don't know if I'm saying that right, Japanese Breakfast, and Rochelle Jordan. It got 1.23% of the vote. And some other notable moments, this motherfucker at the Singapore premiere. This is the thing, he had done other stuff prior, but this is the thing that really kind of put him on the radar and got his face really out there. And I do think, as much as I know that he wants attention, I do think we do have to put his face out there. I'm never going to say his name. I do know his name, but I'm never going to say it. But we do need to put his face out there because if you see this man, you need to alert somebody, alert security. She also did present for Mariah Carey at the VMAs for the Video Vanguard Award. And that is really special because she clearly does take after Mariah a lot. That was like a big inspiration for her. But there was a moment where Mariah didn't seem totally pleased to be compared to Ariana and could be a little shady toward her, which I do think was really hurtful to Ariana. So it is really nice that they are in a good place now, and they've done a few collabs at this point. But it was really nice to see her get to give Mariah that award. She also did speak out against the Trump administration several times throughout the year, but I did highlight this one. So it says, she posted this on her Instagram. Could someone explain which crimes get you deported and which ones get you elected president? It's so confusing. She had a few good ones this year. She does not fuck with that man. And again, I know I already put the SNL hosting thing in one of the other slides, but I have to emphasize, like, she did so fucking good. Like, every sketch was so good. And she is a great comedic actress. She's a great actress, period. She really is something. We love you, Ari. Now, Lorde. Is that who? Yep, okay, yeah, Lorde. Alrighty. So Virgin was released on June 27th. It hit number 2 on the Billboard 200, 82 out of 100 on Metacritic, 81 out of 100 on Album of the Year, ranked number 34. 3 singles, 3 videos. What Was That was released on April 24th. It was number 36 on the Billboard Hot 100. Music video filming created some minor havoc at the Washington Square Park in New York City, because she had tweeted, or not tweeted, but she had put on her Instagram story be at the Washington Square Park at this time, and then a whole bunch of people went there. She wasn't there, but then there was a big crowd, and then the cops had to kick everyone out of the park, and then she came back later and then did the performance, and then I saw people online being like, what the fuck, I was there at Washington Square Park, the cops shoot us away, and then 2 hours later she's there filming a video. So that does suck, but it also is iconic. Man of the Year was released May 29th. It was number 1 on the Billboard Bubbling Under, so almost on the Hot 100. And that really explores Lorde's gender identity, which was a big part of the conversation around her this year, because when What Was That first came out, there was a lot of speculation on whether or not she was on doing hormone therapy, which in a way I was like, okay, this is a little invasive. We maybe don't need to be making this a part of public discourse, but at the same time, I also think that there were a lot of trans people, especially trans men, who sort of maybe recognized some stuff about her appearance, but also her general performance of her gender that they related to. So it's I get it, it just sort of sucks where it's sometimes, I mean, it sucks at this point that there are no spaces of the internet that people can really congregate in that aren't just the most public spaces. It's everything is getting consolidated to Reddit, Twitter, Instagram, whatever, that's the social media. A very small amount of social media sites control pretty much every sort of fan space. So it's there just should be places for people to have these I guess you can do it in a Discord, but something more public than a Discord, but that isn't just Twitter, that isn't gonna get caught up in trending conversations, but just a space for fans amongst themselves to be hey, do you guys notice anything here? But the second that you do it on Twitter, it gets retweeted by everybody, and then it goes outside of your own little bubble, so it sucks. But Lorde did kind of talk about her explorations of her gender identity in Man of the Year in the song. She also did some interviews where she sort of talked about it a little bit. And then she released the song Hammer, which was number 20 on the Billboard Bubbling Under, which was called her horniest music video of her career, which Lorde has never been that horny, so that's not that much of an accomplishment, but we do appreciate it nonetheless. And then Year in Performance, she performed the entire album at the Glastonbury Festival for an unannounced appearance in June, right around when the album was coming out. She also performed Girls So Confusing with Charlie at Coachella in April, and she started the Ultrasound World Tour in September. She did a few interviews throughout the year, but a lot of it was at the beginning of the year. I feel toward the beginning of the year, the first half of the year, or around June, so mid-year, I feel I was seeing a lot from her, and then it just kind of dropped off. I didn't see much after that, but around that time she did The Late Show with Stephen Colbert, Apple Music with Zane Lowe, because Zane Lowe interviews everybody, Triple J, Dazed, Therapist with Jake Shane. A lot of people did Jake Shane's podcast this year. Rolling Stone, BBC Radio, and she also appeared at the Met Gala. Then for controversies, she pretty much all of this came from the one Rolling Stone magazine interview, but there were a few different points of discourse. So there was one about birth control, where she talked about going off her birth control and called it a euphoric. I think she said that it was a euphoric feeling of gender. I don't even remember. It was something that was kind of annoying, and just something that could definitely get appropriated into some not great conversations about womanhood. I don't know. I don't even really want to weigh in on that one because I'm like, it was her own personal experience, so that's fine, but there were aspects of it that were, it would be very easily appropriated into some like gender essentialist bullshit in a way that I don't love. Oh, what am I drinking? I'm drinking Squirt. Always. I love Squirt. And yeah, don't give them ad space unless they paid you. They could pay me if they wanted. They're not gonna get... Squirt could do a lot fucking better if they changed their goddamn name. Who wants to drink something called Squirt? I do. Because it's delicious. But they gotta change that damn name. She also talked about her experience with psychedelic therapy, which that I do... There were some parts of this conversation, this like controversy, that was actually like criticizing her and being like, oh, she's advertising the use of psychedelics, and that's like, it's irresponsible or whatever. I think most of the discourse though was just kind of like, oh, that's annoying. Which I do kind of agree with. Like, every artist at some point has an album where they're obsessed with, like, psychedelic therapy. Not every artist, but, like, a lot of artists. And it is just so tropey at this point where I'm like, yeah. You did your little ayahuasca trip. And that inspired something. But it's fine. But I did see a lot of people saying that, like, she was hanging out with Charli XCX too much. And that's why she's doing drugs now. And I was like, I don't think that's why. I think she was doing drugs independently. But whatever. And the one where I'm like the most kind of critical of her, where I actually do think the birth control discourse, I'm like, okay, that could get into weird areas with like certain groups of people, but I'm not gonna hold Lorde to that. I don't think that she just shouldn't talk about her own experiences just because people could take it into a weird direction. The Pamela Anderson, Tommy Lee sex tape stuff, I was like, oh girl, just don't say it publicly. Just don't, because it's like, you're just planting it into a lot of people's heads. Like, a lot of people weren't even thinking about the Pamela Anderson, Tommy Lee sex tape, even if people know that it exists. I mean, they made that whole docu-series thing about it recently, or not docu-series, but that thing with Lily James a few years ago that Pamela Anderson did not want made and spoke out against it. And then, like, it's like, okay, most people weren't thinking about the sex tape right now, though. And then she went and talked about it in an interview, in this Rolling Stone interview, and was like saying about how beautiful it was, and she's like, I probably shouldn't have watched it, but I did, and it was so beautiful, and then I wrote a song about it. And it's like, okay, you're just kind of like advertising the sex tape, and you're like encouraging people that maybe wouldn't have watched it otherwise to go watch it to see the beautiful connection that you're describing. It's like, just keep it to your fucking self. Just don't even... Here's the thing too, I almost think she could have gotten away with it if she had just said, I watched a celebrity sex tape that I know I shouldn't have, and I just thought that their connection was so beautiful. Like, just keep it vague. Don't specifically say Pamela Anderson and Tommy Lee, because, like, you're just... I mean, like, I've never seen that sex tape, and there was a moment where she was describing it, and I was like, oh, really? Is it that beautiful? And there was a temptation that I felt that I had not felt previously. So, you know, it just don't do it. Don't say the name publicly. Just like keep it to yourself or keep it vague, you know? But whatever. And then the album, The Year Endless, she got number 30 with Rolling Stone for the album, then NME number 24, Stereo Gum number 23, Slant 22, Billboard 14, Days number 10, and then Sunday Times number 12. Fuck, I was trying to keep these in order and I put 10 above 12. That doesn't make any sense. That's not how numbers work. Oh well. And then the song David was listed for Pitchfork at number 83, Billboard at number 74, and Business Insider at number 1. Business Insider really like that song. What Was That? Billboard number 19, Favorite Daughter, Pace number 43, Shapeshifter, Dazed number 8, and then Man of the Year, NME number 16. And then with you guys, she ranked number 7 with 3.94% of the votes. So, pretty good. I liked the album fine. I just did kind of forget about it after like a week. But it was good. And then some notable moments. She's got this water bottle that she takes everywhere. It's her like profile photo on her Instagram, and they're also like selling merch that's water bottle themed, so that's cute. She also did comment on this photo of Addison Rae and said, "It's so yummy seeing someone sew in their body." People clowned on her for that, but I was like, well, I understand what she means and she's correct. So, and then also there was this photo that she uploaded, I think, onto Instagram that then got turned into like a reaction image. And she might have deleted it after that, so I feel bad reposting it, but it's already like a meme. And it's, you know, it's a vibe. Sometimes this is how you feel. I felt this way like 48 hours ago, you know? Sometimes you just have that moment. So, was that it? It was Ariana versus Lorde, right? Okay, yep, and then Zara versus Tate. Okay, so we're almost done with the bracket, and then we just have to vote for these girlies, but we're almost done with the slides. So let's throw up our elevator music. Oh, shit. Oh yeah, and she did also lose access to the Onion Rings Instagram. That also happened this year. Well, she revealed it this year. I don't know. She probably lost access to it a while ago, but she did confirm it this year. Yeah, Ariana has taken it. She had a big year. Yeah, that makes sense to me. For sure, I mean, I would say that, like, Lorde was definitely had her head in the game more in terms of just the solo music release. Ariana was a little more focused on Wicked, but she had a bigger year. Alrighty, and then we got Zara and Tate McRae. These two, I think, are like... I mean, Zara was the opener for Tate, so they are already connected. But I also think they're kind of... They both arguably made it out of the Kaya Asylum this year, but I'll talk about that. So, Zara Larsson. She released Midnight Sun, her album, on September 26th. It was number 119 on the Billboard 200. So this is what I'm saying about, like, they both kind of escaped the Kaya Asylum. I would argue that Zara is still in it, but I do think that she is closer to being out of it than she ever has been. And I think that, like, Tate is officially out, but I think that Tate started I think Tate kind of almost started where Zara currently is, where it was like Tate was almost out of the Kaya Asylum last year and like officially made it out this year. I think that like Zara was deep in the Kaya Asylum this year and she's almost released now. So I think that they started at different places, but they've kind of gone on similar journeys. But so 89 out of 100 on Metacritic. 80 out of 100 on Album of the Year, ranked 224 on the Album of the year end ranking. I don't know how to pronounce Kaya. Some people pronounce it as like Kia Asylum. Some people say Kaya. I think it is Kaya, but I've never actually looked up how Kaya or Kia pronounces her name. Which in a way is just, I'm going to keep it that way. I don't need to know how to pronounce it because it's like, well, that's appropriate. Of course I don't know how to pronounce it because it's the Kaya Asylum. That's almost just baked into the concept of it of like, I'm not quite sure. Well, I know basically what her name is, but I'm not exactly sure how to pronounce it. It's like, well, there should be some debate over the pronunciation just by nature of the asylum. But anyway. There were 3 singles. Midnight Sun received attention on social media. It did not chart. I feel like this is one of the songs, and I still have some, I still kind of have some suspicions of astroturfing. Because, like, the song really did go very viral on, like, my Twitter feed. But it didn't chart at all. Like, it's not even on the Bubbling Under charts. It did chart on, like, some dance pop charts. But it got no... I mean, maybe that is just how it works now. It's like things that make it on social media don't necessarily get to Billboard Hot 100 or the Bubbling Under. That sort of makes sense, but, like, I don't know. There was a minute where it was all over my timeline in a way that felt a little suspicious. But maybe that's just my algorithm. I don't know. Either way, you know, look, get your promo the way you get your promo. If you're gonna do a little astroturfing, I guess that's okay. I don't know. But there were 3 videos, and then she also did the stateside remix with Pink Pantheress, which was released on September 24th. They are filming a music video. I saw confirmation of that earlier today. They were filming, they posted a video of the 2 of them together, so there will be a video coming soon, probably after the new year. And then she was the opener for Tate McRae's Miss Possessive tour from August 4th until September 27th. I saw a lot of clips of that, of, like, her like, performing. She's, like, performing, but she's being carried. Everyone is, like, lifting her up. It is kind of cool, and it's cool that she sings live. She definitely is singing live, and her vocals are pretty impeccable. But it's nice that she can do that while, like, essentially, I mean, that's a hard, it's hard to kind of describe how hard that would be, because it's like your stomach is already kind of getting contracted from having to, like, hold yourself up into that position, and then to perform on top. It is a lot. It is very challenging. So she's a great live performer, and a lot of people were taking notice of that on Tate's tour before she even launched her own solo tour. But she did launch her own solo tour on October 28th. The biggest tour of her career. She brings her fans on stage for some sort of lush dance thing. I think maybe the dance got big on TikTok. I don't even know. But it's I saw people being impressed by it. They're like, oh my god, I can't believe that fan knows the entire dance. And then I watched it, I was like, well, the dance looks kind of basic. So I'm not really that shocked, but, you know. And then she did perform Midnight Sun on Good Morning America. She did YouTube Music Night set. And then she performed at the Capitol Summertime Ball Festival and the iHeart Radio Jingle Bell Ball. And she did, like, a fun little kind of Christmassy version of Pretty Ugly, which was fun. It was, because the lyrics are like, have you ever seen a pretty girl get ugly like this? And she did, have you ever seen a pretty girl get festive like this? Losing her shit, Merry Christmas. It's fun. I like it when the girls do, like, a Christmas version of their songs. There's something just very charming about it. Like a Nonsense Christmas with Sabrina Carpenter. She did various interviews, MTV, 20 Questions, Zach Sang Show, some radio stuff, ABC News, Switched on Pop podcast, and Variety. She also changed the colors of the Empire State Building for her album. And then she is nominated for a Grammy this year for Best Dance Pop Recording for Midnight Sun. And then she did get onto Rolling Stone's Albums of the Year list at number 44. And then the songs, she got onto number 7 for Paste with Stateside. And then Midnight Sun got The Fader at number 45, Billboard 36, NME 33, Clash 29, and Dazed 12. With You Guys, she was tied for number 12 with CMAT and Rebecca Black. She got 1.9% of the votes. And then for notable moments, I just kind of wanted to honor the aesthetic of the Midnight Sun era. Like, she really did hone this kind of like Lisa Frank-ish 2000s beach summer vibe. It was good. She for sure. She really picked an aesthetic and she stuck to it throughout the whole era, and I do appreciate that. So like, and also the Midnight Sun music video was pretty big. Not even the video, but like the clip of her doing the like thing. People loved it, and then she did when she released her track list, she released it in this video where she's got like the kind of like, I don't even know what you would call that. It's not really like spray paint. I don't know what that art style would be called, but it's like the kind of beachy, like, I don't know, Florida in 2008, 2007 t-shirt with all the album titles on it, and it was like rolling through in a video. And then she did, this is her highest monthly listeners on Spotify in her career, so she's growing. She's for sure growing. Number 132nd in the world, which is kind of crazy. She actually is, like, for Swedish pop stars, she's dominating for Swedish. Some of her songs are like some of the biggest. Yeah, like Airbrush. That's the art style. Some of her songs are like the biggest pop songs on like the Swedish charts ever. So for sure she's dominating in Sweden. She just hasn't quite hit in America yet. But she did say this year, she did an interview with Days where she said, I feel like I'm out of the Kaya asylum for sure. I'm like, wait, it's cool to listen to my songs. I've always loved all my songs, but I think it's been hard to identify me as an artist. As a person, I've always been very secure and confident, but I've been figuring out how to make people understand me as an artist. Before, people knew my songs, but it feels like they know me as a person better now. And, you know, I do think she's come a long way this year. She is closer to being out of the Kaya asylum. I don't think she's out of it yet. I think she's close. I don't think she's quite out of it yet. I think, like, you need to get... I don't know. It's like... I feel like 99% sure if I asked my parents, do you know who Zara Larsson is? They would just say no. They would have no fucking clue. If I asked them who Tate McRae is, my mom might know, because she does work with young people. But for sure my dad wouldn't know. But that's always my measure for shit. It's like, once my parents figure out who somebody is, that's when they've made it. My parents don't know who the fuck Zara Larsson is. So I think she's closer to being out of the Kaya asylum. But she's not quite there yet. But it's nice that she feels like she is, you know? That's an accomplishment, you know? Like, if you really feel like the vibes around you are shifting, that's something. Tate McRae. So Close to What released February 21st, number 1 on the Billboard 200. So yeah, I think Tate is definitely out of the Kaya asylum this year. Number 7, or not number 70, but it got a 74 out of 100 on Metacritic, 70 out of 100 on Album of the Year, ranked number 570. Then the deluxe edition, So Close to What, with 3 question marks, was released on November 21st. Sports Car released January 24th. Reached number 16 on the Hot 100. There's a slightly different version between the streaming and some of the physical versions. I do prefer that other, like, physical release version, and I wish she would put that on streaming. I think she's kind of dumb for not, but oh well. Revolving Door released March 7th. It hit number 22. And then What I Want, which is not one of the songs on the album, but it was a single that she did with Morgan Wallen. That went number 1. Because it's Morgan Wallen and his songs go number 1. It's not good, though. It's a bad song. And I would admit, I would be like, oh, I hate Morgan Wallen, but it's a good song. No, it's not. It's a bad song. It's not, and I don't even think she's good on it. I don't think that I don't feel like she tailored her vocal performance to fit a country song. I don't think it works at all. But it got number 1, so there you go. Just Keep Watching, which is a song she did for that F1 movie soundtrack, hit number 8 on the Billboard Hot 100. Then Tit for Tat was released September 26th. It got to number 3, which is her response to Kid Leroy's song, Coldplay. I don't really like Tit for Tat. It is a much better song than a Coldplay. A Coldplay fucking sucks. That song is ass. Tit for Tat is just kind of boring. And then Nobody's Girl, which is one of the songs, it's like the lead single from her deluxe edition, that was released November 28th. I do kind of like it. I don't love it, but I do like it. That was number 29 on the Billboard Hot 100, and then Anything But Love at number 44. And then live performances, she was on her Miss Possessive tour, March 18th to November 8th. Zara Larsson was her opener. This is her first arena tour. She has performed arenas before, but this is her first, like, tour that was all arenas. And then she did The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon on February 25th. She performed Revolving Door. It was fine. I think that she's overdoing it with the production a little bit, to the point that she's kind of drowning in the production, but it was an okay performance. Same thing with Saturday Night Live with Sports Car and Dear God. Those are gone, by the way, from YouTube. I think the Jimmy Fallon one is still on YouTube. The SNL ones are not. It's so stupid. I hate the way that they just take performances offline. I know it's probably a licensing thing with the record labels, but it's so annoying. I thought the sports car one was, like, decent, but there was some stuff that she was doing with these chairs where I was like, it's just a little too much. You're a good enough performer that you just don't need all that. And I don't even think I watched the Dear God one. I don't even know what that song really is. And then she did some festival performances. Lollapalooza, iHeartRadio, Capitol Summertime Ball, Radio 1's Big Weekend. She then did the MTV VMAs. A lot of people liked it. A lot of people said it was one of the best performances of the night. I thought it was fine. Again, there were moments where I loved it. Like, I think it ends really strong. The, like, last little bit is pretty good. But again, I'm like, I just don't need all this. I don't need you walking around holding sand. Like, what does that even mean? Just dance. But she did Revolving Door and Sports Car. And she did some interviews, this Rolling Stone interview where she looks incredible. She did The Tonight Show with Jimmy Fallon, Apple Music with Zane Lowe, Hits Radio, Therapist with Jake Shane, and then also she did a Neutrogena sponsorship, which she did an ad that aired during the Super Bowl. Personal life, she broke up with Kid Leroy. He was featured in her song I Know Love, which is on her album. And then they broke up. He wrote a song about her, a Coldplay song, which sucks. She wrote her response, Tit for Tat, which is now on her deluxe edition. I like the lyrics of the song. I don't think it's very interesting. Production-wise and melodically. And then the controversy is the Morgan Wallen collab, because, ew. I mean, this was, like, pretty soon after he did that whole thing on SNL, too, where he, like, walked off the stage and then said, "Get me to God's country." It was just gross. It's, like, it's such a blatant display of racism. And then you do a song with him right after. And then she explained it, and she said that she just wanted to do, like, a country song. It's like, well, then do a country song. Who is stopping you? Just fucking do a country song. You didn't even, it's like, what do you even mean you wanted to do a country song? You didn't tailor your vocals for a country song in the first place. It's like your normal fucking ass vocals that just got pasted onto a country song. It doesn't even sound good. It doesn't even fit. But if you want to do a country song, just do a country song. Accolade she did when iHeart Next #1 at the iHeart Radio Music Awards, and she got Best Editing and Song of the Summer at the MTV Music Video, or the Video Music Awards. She got Song of the Summer for like that F1 song. Who was singing that song this year? I didn't hear anybody. But, okay. Sure. What a joke that award show is. And then upcoming nomination, she is nominated for Best Dance Pop Recording. She is not eligible for Best New Artist because her team submitted her too many times when she did not get nominated. It's embarrassing. Year-end list, she did get into the Rolling Stone list at number 58. And then the song, she got Revolving Door for number 49 for The Fader, Tit for Tat, I don't know why, for Billboard at number 83, Pitchfork, 58 for Sports Car, then Billboard 35, Rolling Stone 33, Los Angeles Times 16, and then Stereo Gum number 14. With Y'all, she tied at number 13 with Conan Gray and Marina with 1.48% of the votes. And then for notable moments, I really was trying to think of some, and I just couldn't. Like, there weren't really moments with Tate. There were achievements, but there weren't moments other than the one thing I could think of is, like, the choreography for Revolving Door. It does look like very silly choreography. She's like, ta-ta-ta-ta. It looks really silly, especially when other people do it. When other people on, like, TikTok try to do the choreography, it looks dumb as hell. But when she does it, it actually does look pretty good. And I think that that is a mark of, like, a really good performer and a really good dancer. Is she can make something that looks really silly look kind of cool and look like it works. So there was that. But otherwise, I really could not think of anything. So I'm sorry, Tate. But also I'm not. Like, just be a little more interesting. Oh man! Zara's taken it so far. But it is a narrow lead, so Tate could make a return. It's hard because they're both so boring, yeah, kinda. I think Zara is a little bit more exciting with the aesthetics for sure, and I do think I prefer Zara Larsson's music. But I don't find either of them that compelling. Fuck, now it's 50-50, god damn. I don't like Tate, but I'm sad to see her lose to a swerve. Well, I mean, are Tate's politics that much better? She did a song with Morgan Wallen. But also, like, Zara is a swerve, kind of, but she's, like, swerve light. She's like a Nordic model supporter, which I don't love. And I don't think it's good, but at least she's not, like, actively trying to, like, demean sex workers. She thinks that she's supporting them. But, you know, the better way to support them would be to actually, like, listen to them. And most sex workers, especially, like, active working sex workers, don't support the Nordic model. So, okay, 50-50, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, I know I have to get a new song. This is the longest one so far. Oh, it's not budging either. Get your votes in if you haven't voted. You could really be the tiebreaker here. Because kind of, it's the next person that gets a vote might be the winner. Oh my god. I haven't voted. Who should I vote for? Just vote with your heart. I can't tell you. I don't want to bias it. Oh, okay. All right. Tate took the lead. I'm gonna give it like 10 more seconds. And if you haven't gotten your vote, well, I'm gonna give it 20 seconds because I think I'm on a 20-second delay. Oh shit, now Zara. Okay, now Zara's in. Oh oh my god. We've actually got some contention here. Okay, I'm gonna give this another. I'm gonna count down from 20. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Zara's taking it. Maybe you are out of the Kaya Asylum, Zara. I might have underestimated you. But again, I think Zara had more to climb this year. I think Tate already was on the edge. Tate was already about to be released from the asylum at the end of 2024. Zara had a longer sentence at the time. All right. I guess I can just keep the music back on because now we're just going straight to voting. So Charli versus Addison. Who did Addison win against? I don't remember, actually. Who did she win against? Oh, I think it was... That was Miley. She won against Miley. Right? Well, I do think Addison does seem to have a steady lead here. It's not like a blowout, but it does look decisive. So I'm gonna have to call that for Addison. Put up a good fight though, Charli, especially for someone who didn't really release that much music this year. All right. And now we have Katy Perry and Jojo Siwa. That's quite a matchup. Oh shit, I gotta go back to the screen. All right, Katy is taking it. I mean, I'm not surprised. Katy, they both got a lot of shit this year, but Katy is just obviously more of a classic pop girly. All right, we'll call that for Katy. Fuck, where did my music go? All right, Katy. Sorry, Jojo. We are rooting for you, and we're worried about you. All right, Sabrina versus Kesha. I mean, This one's kind of not even fair, to be honest. Yeah. Yeah, I think we just call that one. That we do love you, Kesha. And we are very proud of you. All the time. But yeah, obviously that was Sabrina's. Sabrina's year. Alright, now we have Ariana versus Zara. Again, that doesn't even totally seem fair, but that's okay. Yeah, we're gonna call that right now. And then I'm just gonna keep the music playing because we'll just go straight to Addison versus Katy. Well, I love how sometimes it jumps where it's like it has two, like they're both getting votes, and then suddenly it's like actually Addison has 100% of the votes. Like, which is it? Okay, well, you know what? Katy put up more of a fight than I was really expecting, but yeah, we gotta call that for Addison. Pause the music for a second. Bye-bye, Katy. And then, oh, Sabrina versus Ariana. Two mothers. Wow. I thought this would, I mean, I kind of thought this would go to Sabrina, but I didn't know that it was going to be this much of a blowout. My goodness. All right. I did think that Ariana would put up a little more of a fight than that, but I guess, all right, the people have spoken. I don't disagree with the decision. I mean, ultimately, most of Ariana's shit this year was for Wicked anyway. So it's like Sabrina was more, had her head in the game more with like the actual like pop star like music, you know? Ariana was a little bit more, she's a little more varied in what she's doing. Which sort of like dilutes it in a sense. But this one, because I was trying to like predict and make my own little bracket of where I thought things were gonna go. I did think Doja would have a little bit more of a chance at the beginning. I thought maybe Ariana would have a little bit more of a chance against Sabrina, but I ultimately did think that it was gonna come to this, and I quite honestly have no fucking clue what's gonna happen at this point. I have no idea if it's going to be Addison or Sabrina. And I haven't known since I put the bracket together. I always knew that it would end up with these two. And I was like, and what happens after that is up to God. And by God, I mean you, people. So, I'm scared and I don't even know who I'm scared for. But I'm glad that I'm not voting. Oh shit. Well, so far, Sabrina's got a big lead. Whew. Wow. The girlies ride for Sabrina, what can I say? I do think that Sabrina had a bigger year, but it's like, sometimes we have to think in terms of, like, where someone has come from the beginning of the year. And Addison, Addison had way more to grow. And I think that's where I feel like there should be a little bit more competition between the two of them, because Sabrina had such a huge year last year. But I guess I can't argue that the people have spoken. So that's it. Whoever, because we still have to go through this entire other side on the right, but one of these people is going up against Sabrina Carpenter. We got Taylor, Marina, Cardi, Chapel, FK Twigs, Ethel Kane, Bad Bunny, Carly Rae Jepsen, Billie Eilish, Lady Gaga, Lily Allen, Doechii, Rosalia, Pink Pantheress, SZA, and Hayley Williams. So, one of you will be facing off Sabrina Carpenter. All right, but we do have some honorary pop girlies. And then we'll call it a night. So our honorary pop girlies night 1. So this is one of my favorite dogs. His name is Herman, aka the Herminator. He is a little dachshund, as you can see. He is addicted to the Ventanol. So he every day he has his own little kind of like routine. His owner films him. He wakes up, he drinks some water, he goes pee on his little pee pad, but he always kind of misses the pee pad. He pees on the edge of the pee pad and gets a little pee on the floor, but it's okay. It's a hardwood floor. They can clean it up real easy. But and then he goes and there's 3 vents in the room, and he goes and he goes up and he sniffs him. He gets like a couple whiffs in of the Ventanol. He's just the cutest little guy. It's Herman. Herman the Ventanol addict. I love him. Cynthia Erivo, we have to give it to her. I mean, she's had such a good year, and I do think that she has the standout performance in Wicked. I love Ariana, and I think Ariana is great as Glinda. Cynthia is that bitch, though. I mean, I really do think that she is quite incredible. And she has had a huge year in terms of like the meta narrative and everything. I mean, there's so many GIFs, so many memes, so many reaction images. She's so animated. She's perfect. And she also, she's experienced a very pop girly year in the sense of like unimaginable backlash that she absolutely did not deserve. A lot of it was racist, a lot of it was misogynistic. Horrible, but that's what happens when you're a woman at the top of her game. People can't fucking stand it, and then they make weird drawings of you on like TikTok and shit. Disgusting. Yeah, she did also release an album. She is also like a musician, a bona fide musician, but she's not like I don't think she's really in like the pop girly sphere. But she does her own music. If anyone wants to listen to her music, it's pretty good. And then I also have to give it to Coleman Domingo, he's an actor. I knew him originally from Euphoria, but he's in plenty of other stuff. And this year he was in Sabrina's Tears video. He also is in Wicked. He is the voice of the Cowardly Lion, which was a fun little reveal. What's his name? John Chu, the director, he like really teased that. He was like, oh, you're gonna be so excited, we're not gonna reveal who the Cowardly Lion is until the red carpet, and that's when you'll know who it is, and you'll all be so excited and you'll be so shocked. And then people were really worried that it was gonna be James Corden, so then they revealed that it was Coleman Domingo a little bit after that. I would have, it would have been nice if they had waited until the red carpet, but I think that the idea of people thinking that it might be James Corden freaked the production out, and they're like, we gotta make sure everyone knows that it was not James Corden. But he's very cool. He had a very good year, so we do want to shout him out. And I hate the way that fucking lion was animated, but he did a good job as the voice. They should have done a puppet. But I don't have as much rage toward that lion as I do toward CGI Stitch. Anyway, Jenna Ortega also had a big year. Very like adjacent to the pop girlies. Like she did the Taste video with Sabrina last year, but then also was with Sabrina at the Met Gala this year. That she took that incredible photo where Sabrina looks so fucking hot. And then she also was doing stuff with Gaga this year because of the Wednesday appearance. And she's the scream queen of the 2020s, and I love it. And she bleached her eyebrows this year, and I thought she looked so fucking cool. And then I think a whole bunch of men didn't like it because men hate it when women bleach their eyebrows. I don't know what it is about that. Every man I've ever known is like, oh, I hate when women bleach their eyebrows or shave their eyebrows, and I don't really get it. I think that some people look cool like that. I don't know where their aversion to it comes from. Heterosexual men, specifically. I think gay men are fine with it. But I'm like, I think people, like, Gaga's got bleached eyebrows there. I think she looks fine. I think she looks nice. And I thought Jenna looked so cool. She had a lot of great fashion moments this year. Amy Poehler. It's always kind of like, almost embarrassing when celebrities, like big celebrities, just start doing a podcast, but there are a few celebrities that have been able to pull it off and actually make it kind of cool. Amy Poehler is one of them. Conan O'Brien is one of them too, but Conan's had his for a minute. Amy Poehler really popped off this year, though. I don't know how long she's had this podcast, but I feel like I saw like a lot of clips from it this year, and she is very funny and very charismatic, and I do love her. Labubus, just the concept of a Labubu. Cute little monster. Not much to say about it. Green Day, I'm gonna give it to Green Day, sort of as an apology. Because I was a little shady toward them at one point, and it was undeserved. I should have been directing my rage toward Post Malone. But also I think that, like, Green Day took the stuff with Charli super well. Like, the fact that after everyone was making a big deal about her wearing that sash, that he wore the brat hat after. Like, it was cool. And then, I also, I do appreciate the fact that in their Coachella performance, first of all, their Coachella performance was genuinely good. I was already, like, interested in it just as a band, you know? I do like Green Day. I think they're good live performers. But then I also appreciated the fact that they did shout out Palestine during their performance. It was very cool of them to do that at such a large scale as, like, the headliner for Coachella. Tramel Tillman, also. I loved Severance this year. Really, really loved it. And he had a great standout performance. He was the first Black man to win Best Supporting Actor at the Emmys, which is crazy. You hear some stuff like that, like with Beyonce being the first Black artist to win Best Country Album. It's like, oh shit, that's awful that it took that long. But then I'm like, well, I guess that kind of makes, like, country has just been... obviously, like, Black musicians were a huge part of the roots of country, but, like, just the way that the industry has treated country music and country radio has been extremely exclusionary to Black artists. So I'm like, I guess I understand how it happened. There's a whole history of racism there that perpetuated that. But I'm like, but how the fuck did no Black man ever win Best Supporting Actor until 2025? That's crazy. But he was great, so he did deserve that award. So it's kind of like, it's cool that he's like the first one, but it's like, how, in 2025 it took us that fucking long? And then Jessica Lee, I don't know how to pronounce her last name. It's like Gagne. She's a director. She was also one of the main cinematographers on Severance. Severance is a beautiful show. Like, it just cinematography. The cinematography in that show is so good. So she is responsible for a lot of that. But then she directed episode 7, which is the episode about Gemma. If you watch Severance, it's like the episode that particularly centered around Gemma. It's so incredible. It's like the best episode of the season, of the series, of the year. And it was her first thing that she's ever directed. That was her directorial debut. I cannot imagine having a directorial debut that's that fucking insane. And then she didn't win the Emmy. I was so upset. Obviously, Nathan Fielder. He performed The Miracle over the Mojave. Or no, it wasn't The Miracle over the Mojave. What was it? It was... What did they call it? Was it? No, The Miracle over the Mojave is something else, right? That's the thing with, like, the actual... Oh, no, it was The Miracle over the Mojave. Icon, legend, hero. Also did not win an Emmy. Or it might have won an Emmy, but it didn't win the Emmy that it should have won. And then last but not least, Miss Wendy Williams, who has had a rough year with her guardianship. It's still going. I believe there is a trial. It seemed like things were moving toward a jury trial for the guardianship, which it sucks that it even has to get to that point. But I do think that it at least needs to, like, something needs to happen. And I'm glad that she at least has an attorney that is willing to take it all the way to trial. So we are rooting for you, Wendy. I'm really hoping that something turns around for her in 2026, because there's a whole lot of debate around whether or not she even has dementia. Her guardian says that she does. They got another independent doctor to run a diagnosis, and that doctor said that she does not have dementia. I really don't even care whether or not she has dementia. I think that, like, there are other alternatives for someone who is disabled that are way more appropriate than the very, very strict guardianship that she's in, where she is in a home, like she's... It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense for her to be where she is. Whether or not has a legitimate diagnosis, she's Wendy Williams. She was on TV. She had enough money that there was no reason for her to not have, like, a private nurse in her home. It doesn't seem like her guardian really gives a fuck about her in the first place. It seems like there's just a lot of stuff around her guardianship that is very suspicious and does not seem rooted in her well-being whatsoever. Even if she has dementia, that's not an excuse to mistreat her. So, but if she doesn't have dementia, then it does kind of make it worse. Of like, well, she doesn't even have the fucking diagnosis that you said that she has. So, it's all really bad. But we're rooting for you, Wendy. And hopefully, the thing with, like, Britney that was so alarming, but, like, Britney's situation was always bad, But Britney was never, like, talking about it in interviews or anything. And she didn't really have the kind of connections to the media that Wendy has, because so much of it was being controlled by her conservators. The thing that's really alarming to me about Wendy's situation is, like, she has connections to the media because she works in the media. Like, she had her own TV show, she had her own talk show, she had her own radio show. So she has connections to people who are in those same positions. Like, she has done interviews on, Charlemagne's, that, like, radio show. She's done stuff with TMZ. TMZ did a whole special on it because she's in with TMZ. She knows people there. They are rooting for her. They are, like, very anti Wendy's guardianship in a way that they were not with Britney. They were very pro conservatorship with Britney, which is the complete opposite of how they've been acting around Wendy. And it's like, so even all these media figures keep, like, sticking up for her and being like, no, we're doing these interviews with her, and this situation that she's in doesn't make any sense with what we're seeing from her. Like, she's completely lucid in these interviews that we're having. She's reaching out to people. She's doing all this stuff, and it's like, it's not even making any sort of difference, you know? Like, with Britney, there was at least, like, so much of a barrier between people in the media, like, people who work at, like, these big news things, and Britney herself. Everything was going through Britney's team. So it's like Britney's team could spin whatever story they wanted to spin. It didn't matter because no one was talking to Britney specifically. With Wendy, it's like Wendy is the person talking to all of these media figures, and they're putting her story right out into the open, and it's just not making any difference. Or not that it's not making any difference. I'm sure it is making some difference, but it's like, it's still, the fact that this is still going on all these years later, it's just fucking crazy. So hopefully 2026 is better to Wendy Williams than 2025 has been. And also, you know, it's also not even just her. Like, all this stuff that we're seeing with Wendy and with Britney and other people, at least these people have a public platform for us to even talk about it. Most people who get stuck in these situations don't have anybody advocating for them on this kind of public scale. So, you know, you can take as much advantage of them as you want. It's awful. But anyway, sorry to end it on such a bum note, but I will see you guys tomorrow, where somebody will face off against Sabrina Carpenter for our 2025 Pop Girlie of the Year. And we'll have some more honorary Pop Girlies, some more honorary flops. And I'm going to try not to stress about it too much. I wore my Gaga shirt today because I didn't want to bias anything for tomorrow. But, you know, I do have to always root for my girl. But I'll try not to make that super obvious tomorrow. Anyway, good night, everybody. See you tomorrow.